Blog Talk Radio.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonians. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captives, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yeah, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government knows it. The bank systems, they realize that they know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries, over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, then everything is going to be all right. But you're going to be floating up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I say of the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of her. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath, bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, brother and elder Ramar Karab. It is October 27th, 2023. 7:13 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well today, this evening, wherever you are at the time that you're watching this broadcast. That you're doing well, that you've had a blessed week. Definitely, so much going on, and every week almost seems like I don't know. Sometimes it seems like it can get harder, and sometimes it can seem like it can get easier. So I guess it just depends on which week you're in. As we grow in this walk, we have those easy moments, but then we also have those moments that are very, very difficult. But nonetheless, we are here. I want to give all honor, praise, glory to the Godhead, the AHAYAH, the Elohim, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Father, whose name in the Hebrew, AHAYAH. His Son in the Hebrew, YASHAYA, who the world calls Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit in the Hebrew, which is REDUX. All right. I want to give all praise, honor, and glory for making it to the end of the week so we could be here for this weekly Sabbath. Another time to unwind and connect with the heavenly realm, try to, gather some sense of peace and sanity in a world gone mad and insane. And another opportunity for us to come together and have this live stream, our Friday nights, where we do Coming Out of Babylon here. It's always a blessing to be here before you brothers and sisters to bring forth what comes in the Spirit. And the Holy Spirit once again has delivered. And so let me go ahead and get the title for tonight's live stream so you all can have that before we go into some real quick announcements. Tonight's title is Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim REDUX. Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim REDUX, or redo, or part 2. So for those of you who were here the last Coming Out of Babylon, we had the part 1, Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim. So much more meat left on the bone, so many more things to talk about. So I in the spirit just came, and the information was just coming and flowing, and led us here to our continuation of part 2 of going into this. So for those of you all who maybe missed part 1, it's okay. We'll break down and do a brief overview, kind of what we touched on with part 1 before we dive into part 2 this evening. All right. Before we do all that, quick announcements. Right, we are, of course, streaming here, live streaming on twitch.tv this evening. Let everyone know out there, we are streaming live tonight. Twitch.tv/GOCC Southwest is the URL. You can put that into any web browser to browse here and find us. You can also download the Twitch app through your app store for your device. You can search GOCC Southwest, and you can view it through the app through your phone. We also have the Blog Talk up and running, so we're simulcasting through Blog Talk. The guest caller number 515-605-9327, 515-605-9327. You can call in if you like to listen through your phone. If you have a comment, question, anything you want to add, feel free to call in. Definitely welcoming any callers to call in. Press the number 1 once you call in, and it will put you in the guest call queue, and I'll check the lines periodically and take the calls as they come in. All right. Our main channel is on YouTube. GOCC Southwest on YouTube. All right, if you're subscribed there, you can turn your notifications on. That way you get all the updates for Friday nights, this ministry, all the things we're doing in the GOCC Southwest region. And also we have our backup channels. All of our backup content you can find through the About section of our YouTube channel on GOCC Southwest. We back up content on Odyssey. I know sometimes I get people who reach out and ask, what happened to the broadcast on Twitch? It's not there, right? It's only here for 7 days. Okay, so after 7 days, it's gone off of Twitch. You have to go over to our Odyssey channel. And if you like to continue watching or go through the archives of other past broadcasts, they're all there on Odyssey. So Twitch doesn't keep a archive. A lot of the stuff we talk about, we cannot discuss on YouTube. So we can have some level of a channel on YouTube. We avoid all the dancing around words and content, and we just come here. We've been able to come to Twitch and have freedom of speech. So we definitely had to give a shout out to Twitch for allowing us to come here and use their platform and have freedom of speech. It's been working for us. Though we had some difficulties initially with some lagging and things like that, but I think Twitch has kind of figured those things out and don't really get those complaints anymore. So I think Twitch is working out pretty well for us for the most part. So hopefully it continues. I'm like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. There's other platforms out there, Rumble and others. I mean, even Odyssey has a live streaming function, but for you all to have to keep up and we switch over and everybody's trying to figure out where we are, and me have to go in and deal with all the different settings and figuring things out. I just like to keep it the same and not have to, deal with all the learning curve of a new platform. But we like to deal with Christ's words, even with dealing with platforms. If you're persecuted on one platform, flee to the next. So, hey, if it were to happen here on Twitch, we have to just go to the next one. We have others that we have ready to go. So, but just want to make sure everybody understands how this works. And I know not everybody comes in at the beginning, probably because they're thinking it's announcements and I don't want to hear all that. But for those of you out there, hopefully for you can share it with others and let them know they have questions. You can explain to them how it works. And we always have new people coming in. I mean, we could have people that are here that came to watch a video game stream on Twitch, because this is a gaming platform. Mostly what you see here are people who are playing video games, and they may happen across this video and find something here intriguing and decide they want to see, hey, what's going on, learn more about everything here. So I always have to go through this pre-stream, content, so that we can make sure that it's clear. All right. We also have our GOCC Media channel, GOCC Media on YouTube, the GOCC Media, where we also do our GOCC Fit on Friday nights. We talk about things concerning health, fitness, nutrition, right? And so kind of what we've been dealing with the past couple of weeks is a combination of what we typically go into on Friday nights, which is more current events, world affairs, Bible prophecy, but I also have been diving into some of the health things also, because I know for people, and I'll be going into that here in a moment, health is really a big thing, right? And so these past couple times have been a combination of both, but we have GOCC Fit usually once a month, where we go into, we've been dealing with nutrients. So we're on the mineral side of the nutrients. We already dealt with vitamins. The last one we did was on selenium. All right. So we'll be doing our next mineral, should be next Friday night, our next mineral on the list, so we can understand the importance of these minerals, these nutrients, making sure that we're focusing on these things in our diet or our supplementation. All right. You also have other broadcasting going on, and videos being uploaded to GOCC Media also. So make sure you're subscribed. Check out all the content going on over there. Plenty for people to see. Pretty much have every single day feel for the church where there's something live happening. And so, shouldn't be too many people looking for something to watch or look at. We have something happening every week. So, right. So let's make sure that we are supporting and locked in and getting this information while we can. So that is pretty much it for this platform. We also have our main church channels on YouTube, A Gathering 144, where you have everything from our Sabbath lessons to our Wednesday broadcast, our preliminary Patreon on Fridays, early Fridays with the elders. You also have the backup channel, GOCC NYC. Make sure you subscribe there. Our church website, gatheringofchrist.org, where we have everything from the Hebrew calendar, the holy days, our resources. You can also access the Hebrew and Bible Academy information from our church website. So pretty much everything Gathering of Christ Church you can find there on the website. gatheringofchrist.org, GOCC Network, our small businesses, our entrepreneurs that are out there, and those who maybe want to join and get their business in the directory. Okay, all that there on the church website. And speaking of the academy, historytimes.org, historytimes.org, for those that would like to find out more or would like to join the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Everything from learning the Hebrew, weekly news, and also, biblical lessons, foundational lessons when it comes to understanding the Bible, and more in depth on a more scholastic college level of learning biblical, all things Bible, history, you name it, and more. All right. So a lot of different things we have going for the church. So, nobody should be left famished when it comes to all the different things that we have that people can tune into and soak up. All right. So that pretty much concludes the announcements for this evening, and I'll get the title one more time, and then we're going to go into some preliminary information before we actually deal with tonight's title. So again, the title is Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim, REDUX, Withstanding the Incursion of the Shedim, REDUX. We'll come back to the title. Of course, prophetically right now, one of the biggest things happening that everybody has been paying attention to is the conflict happening in Israel, Palestine, Hamas, all of that. We talked about it on the last Coming Out of Babylon, and somewhat talking about that, but more so dealing with Israel. All right, because if a person isn't understanding, or basically if a person is more so in the mainstream thinking of understanding Israel, or the secular, modern day Christianity version of Israel, then it can throw off your biblical understanding, historically, prophetically. And so, we get this maybe, false reality of what's happening there. Okay. And therefore, we'll do everything to defend the Jewish state of Israel, the Israelis, thinking that that's God's chosen people. And anything that happens against them, we must stand against. And anything that they do that's wrong, we must sweep that under the rug as if they can do no wrong. So we talked about the last time how Hamas was actually said to be created by Israel as a way to infiltrate and control the Palestinian government. And I think I said last time Yasser Arafat was the Egyptian president. And I had mixed him up with, let me get the Egyptian president up here. I had mixed him up with, let me see, if I can find the Egyptian president, I had mixed him up, but Yasser Arafat is actually was the Palestinian president at the time when Israel was looking to go against the Palestinians. It is said they created Hamas to go against Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian government, because we live in a society where they would want us to believe that these governments are on our side or for us, when these governments are actually controlled. All right. I think the president I'm thinking of is Gamal Abdel Nasser. Right. He's the one that said that the Jews left black and came back white. Right. Gamal Abdel Nasser. That's who I had mixed up, thinking that Yasser Arafat, all those names sound familiar. You can, get them confused sometimes if you're not keeping brushed up on your history. But wanted to show something about Israel, because I think the world is waking up to who Israel really is. Of course, you have some of your Christians that are still somewhat deceived behind basically Zionists, right? We're not saying that all Jews are bad people or Israelis are bad people, but you do have a cabal. So when we talk about that, we're talking about the Zionist cabal. And if you don't understand that there is a Zionist cabal, you can be deceived behind thinking that this is biblical Israel. So this what I wanted to show kind of more so solidifies this fact. And it kind of segues and kind of sets the stage for what we're going to be going into tonight. Let me pull it up for you all here. So we have a video. Israeli and Pfizer created a genetic database. It's the light of sorcery unto the nations. Now this is deep because I was going to speak also about the Sabbath lesson this past Sabbath, a week ago. The elders did Christ will end the race war. I know the elders went into Lucifer and how he would weaken the nations and how he was using pharmacy, how he would use disease and sickness to weaken the nations. And here we have Israel is the light of sorcery unto the nations. And we're going to talk about the book of Jubilees. We talked about Enoch, how the fallen angel started to teach mankind the enchantments and the charms of plants and root cutting. So basically the beginning of pharmacy and sorcery and using medicine or drugs and having mankind believe that this is actually for healing when it's actually for casting spells and curses to bring forth sickness and disease. Right. So I'm gonna hear from the horse's mouth here, Benjamin Netanyahu. All right, and we're gonna see what's being said here that we can take away going into our information here this evening. Let's check this out.
Give you one example so you'll see, because I don't want to bore you with. Give you one example so you'll
the
see.
Volume right.
Give you one example so you'll see, because I don't want to bore you with detailed plans. But they are detailed in my mind. We came out of first. I described that in my book, My Conversations with Albert Bourla, Pfizer, and I persuaded him to give tiny Israel the necessary to get us out first from the. And the reason I could do that is because we have a database, 98%, a medical database. 98% of our population has digitized medical records.
So he said he went to Pfizer and said, let us be the standard when it comes to this, because we have a medical database. 98% of their citizens are in a digital medical database. Let's hear that again.
98%, a medical database. 98% of our population has digitized medical records and little card. And anywhere you go in any hospital in Israel, north, south, doesn't make any difference. Boom, you punch it in and you know everything about this patient for the last 20 years. I said, we'll use that to tell you whether what do they do to people, not individual people, not with their individual identities, but statistically.
So now with this medical database and having everyone's digital records within this medical apparatus that's in Israel, now they can have real-time tracking on statistically as a whole on what this is doing to the citizens there in Israel. So if anybody remembers, I think we talked about it on Friday nights. I know the elders probably talked about it too within the different streaming that we've done on the other lessons and whatnot. But how Israel was the first in line pretty much on everything. They had the strictest requirements and mandates when it came to during the lockdown and all that, requiring all their citizens to be mandated to get to I mean, it was crazy, the stuff that was coming out of Israel during that time. And so now Netanyahu is now validating and confirming this fact. So let's hear this statistical database that they're keeping on real-time they're feeding Pfizer real time data on what these are doing to people.
To people, not individual people, not with their individual identities, but statistically.
And remember, the all came from a had a lot number or a batch number. They had what do you call it, barcodes or specific digital markers, so that each was tracked in, down to the syringe. You knew who was getting what, because each solution had a number attached to it. Okay. So this wasn't just Israel, but Israel was the forerunner, setting the stage on an unprecedented level, being able to do this at a 98% success rate, because of that many of their citizens are in this database.
Not individual people, not with their individual identities, but statistically, what does it do to people with, meningitis? What does it do to people with high blood pressure? What is it? You want to know that. So Israel became, if you will, the lab for Pfizer, and that's how we did it. We got it out, and we gave the information to the world. Not only it's been published in medical magazines and so on. That's a database we have. I intend to bring on that database of personal medical records for entire population, a genetic database.
So not only were they doing this to do reconnaissance and, tracking, accumulating information on people, what was going on with this people that were taking it, but also in the process, a genetic database, being able to now look into people's genetics to determine what genome or your genealogies and what they are. Let's hear what he has to say about that part.
Personal medical records for entire population, a genetic database, genomes, okay? Give me a saliva sample, volunteer. But I'm sure most people would do it. Maybe we'll pay them.
He's sure that most people would volunteer to give up their genetics through saliva. But if not, maybe we'll pay them, right? So during the whole campaign, this is why they were paying people to take this, because they had to incentivize to get people to do what they needed people to do. So the same thing with this genetic database. We need to know what your genetics are. And being that you're in God's holy land, they need to know who's in the land. All right. And if you don't want to volunteer, we'll pay you. All right. Any way they can get you to give up your genetics, so they can know who you are and why, so they can now start to monitor the different ethnicities, races that are in that land.
Okay. Give me a saliva sample, volunteer. But I'm sure most people would do it. Maybe we'll pay them. Now we have a genetic record on a medical record of a robust population. You have to have diversified populations. We have people from 100 lands. This is a very powerful engine.
This is a very powerful engine. These are just some of the engines and inventions and devices coming out of the labs of Esau, out of the minds of Esau. Okay. These wicked imaginations that Esau is concocting to medically, for whatever their agenda is towards the population, be able to get what they need. And we're going to go into some of these things of what they're doing with these particular, procedures, processes, etc.
People from 100 lands. This is a very powerful engine. Now let pharma companies, let medical companies, let them run algorithms on this database.
Now that we got the information in our database, those that took the getting people's genetic code, we're now going to run algorithms on this information. Like, listen, they are bold and they have no, hesitation to just put it all out what they're doing. Now, only to the, initiated, those that are initiated in Christ, through his baptism have received the gift of the Holy Spirit and have discernment can now read between the lines, understand what this means. Your layman who's listening to this probably is just thinking, oh, this is great. This is a scientific breakthrough, medical breakthrough, a miracle, right?
Run algorithms on this database, okay? I'm telling you right away that I'll give preference for a few years to Israeli firms, but you can create, and then to the world, but you can create, a biotechnological industry that is unheard of right now.
A biotechnological industry that is unheard of right now, mixing biology with technology, which is what? Transhumanism. You're mixing what Daniel says in Daniel chapter 2, the iron, which is the technology, the machine, the metal, the circuitry, with the biology, which is the clay, mankind.
A biotechnological industry that is unheard of right now, unheard of, unimagined even. And these are just the examples. We can become a light, stave off Iran, become a light unto the nations in groundbreaking.
Stave off Iran and be a light unto the nations. You see how he had to throw that Iran piece in there? Like, what does Iran have to do with any of this? But always this Iran thing is every chance they get, they have to mention Iran. Iran, 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 Iran. Even to where now we're seeing Iran coming out saying that if Israel doesn't stop this thing with Hamas in Palestine, that they're going to have to intervene. But that's another part. We're going to go into that here in a moment. But I don't want people to miss this medical part. This unheard of, unimaginable, groundbreaking database, because big data is part of the beast apparatus. They have to collect the information, but you also have the part that they must merge the iron and the merry clay, the biotechnological part also. So Israel being a light unto, because, they're using this thing on some biblical spin, Israel to be a light unto the nations. Well, you know what? What light are you talking about? Because Lucifer also is known as the light bearer, Albert Pike. We're going to talk about him in a moment, right? And this goes back to what the elders were speaking about this past Sabbath lesson. Christ will end the race war. It's crazy in the spirit. Like I said, how all this stuff is, how it comes, because don't plan any of it out. You get the information and it's just all within the information. And sometimes, for me, I hear this stuff real time, the same time y'all are hearing it, because I may listen to this stuff. I may not catch everything, or I may not have time to listen to every single detail. So even right now, I'm hearing some of this stuff like, whoa, I don't even remember hearing this when I first listened to this, some of these things. All right. And then I'm going to show you some different angles on this and how this adds up to prophecy, what's going on right now, and when it comes to this attack on our biology. Let's hear this one more time.
And these are just the examples. We can become a light, stave off Iran, become a light unto the nations in groundbreaking.
Groundbreaking. So it's not a light unto the nations. It's the light of sorcery unto the nations. Now, you may have some people out there that may think, hey, Israel are the good guys. Those are God's chosen people. But does this sound promising? Does this sound good to you? Hearing this, maybe you don't know all the things going on with the some maybe new people listening, are those who are not aware of some of these things with the and what's going on, taking people's genetic code, their genome, and putting it in a database. And see, this is the part where understanding the Bible is very key. The Bible is what allows us to have a sober mind, because when we read the Bible, it says to be watchful and to be sober, to be vigilant and to be sober. So the Bible allows us to see things soberly and not to be drunk on delusion or emotion. Okay. So for those who may not be familiar with some of these things biblically, we're going to go into some of them. All right. We're going to go into some more information to show that this is not good at all. You have, people that are there in Israel who, Gentiles as well as Israelites, those people that are the actual real God's chosen people. Are they in the database? 98%. That's pretty much the whole population that's in this database. So what is Israel setting the stage for? To be a light unto the nations. So speaking of Iran, I want to deal with that part too, because that's the more so the sword part, the war part in all this. How many of you all remember when Netanyahu visited the White House? He's visited many times. In 2012, remember whenever he visited with President at the time, Barack Obama, talking about Iran. Let's hear what he has to say about the U.S., Israel, and Iran.
Americans know that Israel and the United States share common values, that we defend common interests, that we face common enemies. Iran's leaders know that too. For them, you're the great Satan, we're the little Satan.
He said, for Iran, the U.S. is the great Satan and Israel is the little Satan. Y'all remember this? Let's see what Benjamin Netanyahu's response is to Iran's assertions that America is the great Satan and Israel is the little Satan.
For them, you're the great Satan, we're the little Satan. For them, we are you and you are us.
For them, we are you and you are us, meaning we're one and the same. What else?
And you know something, Mr. President? At least on this last point, I think they're right.
At least on this last point. So he's not discrediting the first point, but he's saying at least on this last point, they're right. The last point being what?
We are you and you are us.
We are you and you are us. Basically, America, Israel is an extension of America in the Middle East. And America is an extension of the 10 horns. Is an extension of the Roman Empire, the fourth or the last beast spoken of in Daniel. John the Revelator spoke about this beast in Revelations chapter 12 and 13. It just so happens, Revelation 13 also goes into this beast bringing forth this mark. So Israel is now in the position to bring forth this medical and genetic database. So basically, Israel doing a lot of America's dirty work on a wider scale, because you have the Constitution in the United States. So there's a lot of things that they would have as obstacles to be able to do a lot of the things that America would want to do here to get the mark of the beast ready. Being that America is that beast that cometh out of the earth in Revelation 13 that brings forth the mark. But America, by extension, can now allow Israel to do this to its population, to perfect this technology, this biotech, to perfect it, to then allow America, for when the time comes when America has been weakened, which is being weakened now, money being given to every nation under the sun except for black descendants of slaves. America allowing every nation under the sun to come in as immigrants or refugees, giving all kinds of money to these people coming in, but nothing to the American citizens, to bring America down into this this fallen state of a country and society to where America will eat itself alive to do a lot of their dirty work, to where now when America is so weak, they can now come in and roll over the population and bring in what Israel is now doing with this powerful engine, what they're doing with the COVID shot, the genetic, the genetic databasing, all of this. Let's hear this again. He didn't deny that America and Israel weren't the little and great Satan. He didn't deny it, but he said at least on the last, I can agree with it. What?
And you know something, Mr. President? At least on this last point, I think they're right. We are you, and you are us. We're together.
We are you, and you are us. We are together. And Obama is shaking his head, yes.
We are you, and you are us. We're together. So if there's one thing that stands out clearly in the Middle East today, it's that Israel and America stand together. I think.
And at the same time, because this goes so many layers to this, right? Geopolitics, the military-industrial complex, because then you have to look at the side of the war part in the Middle East with the Arab nations, Iran, Valley of Jehoshaphat, all the biblical prophetic war that's going to happen in that area, but also how America is able to utilize Israel to bring forth the mark of the beast. Okay, so there's a lot to digest within this to understand all the different inner workings of this, what's being said.
That above and beyond that are two principles, long-standing principles of American policy that you reiterated yesterday in your speech, that Israel must have the ability always to defend itself by itself against any threat, and that when it comes to Israel's security, Israel has the right, the sovereign right to make its own decisions. I believe that's why you appreciate, Mr. President, that Israel must reserve the right to defend itself. And after all, that's the very purpose of the Jewish state, to restore to the Jewish people control over our destiny.
Control over our destiny.
Over our destiny.
So it says here, Netanyahu for Iran, you are the great Satan and we are the little Satan. All right, and didn't deny it. Almost pretty much in a roundabout way of words, confirmed and agreed to Iran, who they are. Okay, if you read between the lines. Most people may not have caught that because they're not as informed to geopolitics, Bible prophecy. But for somebody who's a Christian out there listening to this, does this sound very promising to you that these are God's chosen people with this type of thinking, this type of representation? They're talking about Israel must always have the right to defend itself as a state, as a country. Well, what about the people? What about the people in Israel that are having war waged internally on them from their government for these medical and genetic databases? Do they not have the right for their sovereignty and their defense against such assault? These bullying mandates to where they would run you out of the country if you're not going to be in this database, if you're not going to participate in measures, testing, masks, all these things that are detrimental to our health, to their health. So this is the sorcery that people must understand when it comes to Israel, how they operate in some of the little Satan, extension of America, America extension of Rome. They are operating in a high level of sorcery on the world, created Hamas. And if you're not hip to their sorcery, then you can be a victim. I remember at one point, I believed that they were God's chosen people before I found out who I was and who we were and who we are. So I just want to put that out there for those people that may not know, may not understand. But dealing with this Iran thing, before we come back and jump back to the medical part, dealing with the Iran part here, something that came to my mind in all this too, because Hamas, which is supposedly a military faction of the Palestinians, an extension of the Palestinians, are Muslim. Of course, the Jews are Jewish. Judaism is their religion. So you have Judaism versus Zionist Jews versus Muslims. Now, where have we, and we're talking about now Iran, which are Muslims also, who are now stirred up behind this thing happening with the Palestinians because they're coming to their Muslim brothers' aid in all this. Where have we heard this before? In their own writings. And that's why we like to go to their writings, because they put it all out there of what's to come, what's happening. And we can then line it up with the Bible to understand perfectly, prophetically, what's going on, so we can see the world soberly through sober eyes and not be deceived by all the deceptions and tricks and traps that are out there. Right? I see some people already speaking about Albert Pike. I maybe gave it away a little earlier when I brought him up. But yes, Albert Pike. Early life and education. He was a general in the Civil War for the Confederate Army. Also a 33rd degree Freemason. As you can see, his 33rd degree with the eagle, the double-headed eagle regalia on his garments. Also, controversy as it may be, is said to have started the Ku Klux Klan. But he also wrote a letter of 3 world wars. This was in the late 1800s, long before any world war. And of course, we've had the First World War and the Second World War. And when you look at the description of both these 2 wars, it is pretty much verbatim of how they happen. And he laid it out how it would happen before it happened. The Third World War hasn't happened yet, but let's take a look here at what Albert Pike lays the stage for this Third World War and what he says it will be. He says the Third World War, let me blow this up some, must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agent. Okay, somebody working as an agent to bring forth an agenda of the who? Illuminati, the illuminated ones, Lucifer, the light bearer, the illuminated ones, agents of Lucifer. The differences caused by these agents between who? The political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. What's happening right now in the Middle East between Israel and the Palestinians? You have the political Zionists on one side, and you have who? You have the Islamic world on the other side, because now you're starting to look up and you're seeing these Muslims protesting worldwide. So they're taking advantage of differences that they are fomenting through agents, Hamas, agents of the Illuminati, created by the Zionists, to stir up the Islamic world. And then you even have people joining in with the protest of the Muslims in the Islamic world. Even our people are taking mostly the side of the Islamic world, which could be possibly, I know Dave Chappelle's come out and said some things that were definitely true, but stating his stance with Palestine, which really in all this, they just need us to take a side. Doesn't really matter. They would probably rather us take the side of Israel, but at the end of the day, as long as we take a side, that's what they need, because they're controlling both sides. As long as we're taking a side, they got us. See, when we're not taking a side, that's when they're in trouble, because now they don't have our energy. They don't have our participation. And if they don't have our energy or participation, where is our energy and participation going to? It's going someplace else from the narrative and the story and the stage that they want us to pay attention to. So what happens with these differences that have been fomented by these agents of the Illuminati? It says here, the war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionists of State of Israel mutually destroy each other. So when you talk about a population in Israel that's 98% in a database being experimented on, that they have become the world's laboratory for Pfizer, genetic database, that already tells you that government does not care about its people at all. So they're just guinea pigs being experimented on, and those that survive the experimentation then must prepare themselves for the destruction that's coming to that land. And this is the reason why we told people all the time not to go into that land. You will get destroyed. It's in the Bible. It's prophetic. You will get destroyed in that land. Not only did Satan's sons write about this, the Bible confirms it prophetically for any of the naysayers that think otherwise to go into that land. That land must be cleansed first. How does stuff be cleansed? Well, either through water or through fire. The Creator told us after the flood, during Noah's time, he would never flood the earth again. And we're told that Christ, when he comes, he's coming to baptize with fire, right? Nuclear warfare. So that land must be cleansed and purged. There are heathens in the land. The Arabs that are in that land, the Palestinians who are Moab, they're not Arabs, but they are Muslim. The Iranians are not Arabs, but they are Muslim. Okay, that's not their land. We talked about this. See, they want us to join a side here when they're in our land. And both of them conspired against us and have been at war against us. And now for us to join a side with either side basically is telling us that we are complicit with our own destruction and joining the people who have been at war against us. I hope you brothers and sisters are seeing this here. It's playing out exactly how they scripted it, exactly how the Bible prophesies it. Okay, so after the experimentation, these people in that land will be destroyed. Your common everyday Israeli or other that have gone into that land. We have some of our people in that land right now as well. That if they're in that land, when this judgment comes, they will be part of that judgment. But this is how the Third World War must get started. And of course, you have other things that they're doing in the background. They're weakening the nations. They're weakening America through the demoralization at the same time of fomenting this war between Zionists and Islam. Now, there's some other parts within this that we're going to go into here later. But I wanted to deal with just the war part of this first before we now jump back over to the medical side of this, the biological side of all this and what's happening right now. Because in order to bring this about, there's two things that they must do. Okay. Because Isaiah 14 says, is this the man that weakened the nations? They must make us weak. All right. And so through medicine, they have two objectives. One is to make us sick and weak so that we cannot fight and be strong enough to live. And for those that are able to somehow make it through that onslaught of medical warfare, biological warfare, then there's a control mechanism within the medicine also where, okay, if we can't kill you, those that are left over will be controlled. So it's working on two sides for the medicine, the so-called pharmakeia that they're using. Either we're going to make them sick and then death is at the doors if they're not already dead. And for those that aren't affected to that degree, we're going to control, and even the sick are controlled, but then control even for those that are strong and are able to overcome the pharmakeia to some degree. So there's two things, and that's going back to this database, the data they're collecting, the genetics they're collecting, this powerful engine that they've built, that they're setting the stage for. All right, so now coming back to our title, withstanding the incursion of the Shedim REDUX, a continuation of our last broadcast, the first part of the withstanding of the incursion of the Shedim. So now let's, real quick, for those that missed the first part, to get the full breakdown on all this, you can go and watch it. I'm just going to do an overview on just stressing some points. So what does withstanding the incursion of the Shedim mean? And where does that come from? When you go to the Apocalypse of Baruch, or some may know it as Second Baruch, there are 12 parts or 12 signs that the Most High shows Baruch will happen in the last days. And in the 8th part, a multitude of portents and incursions of the Shedim. So this is where now we see incursions of the Shedim in this particular translation of the Apocalypse of Baruch. So now let's look back to the title. What does withstanding mean? Well, to withstand means to oppose, to fight against, to endure, right? To look to overcome. Christ said, he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. Well, what are we withstanding against? Well, Baruch says the incursions of the Shedim. Well, what is an incursion? An incursion is an invasion. Okay, an invasion. And what is Shedim? Shedim is another word for demon. So withstanding or overcoming, opposing, enduring an invasion of a multitude of demons, a demonic onslaught, an attack on mankind. All right. And there's all different kind of ways how demons can attack. We've talked about many tonight, as well as the previous broadcast. We are dealing with on the biological level. Okay. These demons manifesting themselves within mankind in a form of sickness and disease. All right. That's the manifestation of the demon. A way to be able to see the attack is disease and sickness. And I want to go to, real quick, we'll go to Jubilees next. So let's pull up Jubilees here. And then we're going to go right into the information. Pull Jubilees up. We're going to chapter 15. Or actually, chapter 10. So after the flood, and you can read all this on your own, a lot in here. The giants that were produced from the angels, that the watchers that came down and dealt with women. After the flood, the spirits that were released from those giants that died became evil spirits or demons. Okay. And these demons would lead astray the children of men, would rise up against the children of men, afflict them, malignant, look to destroy. All that is right here within this, right? And one thing we want to pull out of this, the main thing we want to focus on here, verse 10, Jubilees chapter 10, verse 10 says, and one of us he commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicines. All their medicines. Why would one of the archangels need to teach Noah all of their medicines? For he knew that they would not walk in uprightness nor strive in righteousness. So what we see is that these demons bring forth disease and sickness. So what will we see with this demonic attack, this incursion of the Shedim in the last day? We would see a lot of sickness, a lot of people sick, a lot of death that would come through sickness, right? When you look in prophecy, it talks about plagues, right? The plagues. And verse 12 says, and we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases together with their seductions, their sorcery, their pharmakeia, how he might heal them with herbs of the earth. So the evil seducing spirit would have you sin, commit sin, to bring forth sickness, destruction, disease. And then what would they bring forth? And further seduction and enchantments and sorcery, pharmakeia. They would give you alternative to the herbs through pharmacy, the medicine. Here's your drug. It's not going to cure you, but it's going to treat the symptom. Okay, it's not going to heal or cure you, but it's going to treat the symptom. But what Noah was taught was how he might heal them with the herbs of the earth, not the medicines of the pharmacy. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that there aren't medicines that can be utilized out of a pharmacy. That doesn't mean 100% nothing in a pharmacy is of use. I'm not saying that. I'm saying as a whole, just the same way I wouldn't tell you any herb or anything that's growing in the earth you can take for healing. Nobody's going to go out and grab some poison ivy to heal themselves. All right. So got to make that clear, because, you know, some people may get that misconstrued. But we see with Noah is healing. Not that the herbs themselves are the all to end all with our healing. There's more that goes into it with the herbs, but they are assisting with the healing. And Noah wrote down all things in a book as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. So the first thing we must understand is that medicine, we must look to the earth and the things that are coming out of the earth, natural with the least amount of processing and synthesizing as possible as our medicine to assist us with healing. Thus, the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to point out here. And then I wanted to go over to Revelation chapter 9. Because we see the incursion or the invasion of the Shedim, the demons. An angel with the key to the bottomless pit, who later in Revelation chapter 9 is referred to as Apollyon or Abaddon. Okay, another name of Satan, who was the chief of spirits, who Jubilees, which we just read, was also referred to as Mastema. So Satan having many names. Because he's the chief of the spirits, he was given the key to the bottomless pit to now unleash these Shedim on the earth in the last days, as was prophesied. He was given power. So no longer is the 1/10 at his disposal. Now he has the full arsenal of demons, the full 100% at his disposal. So when we go into the Strongs here, it says a destroying angel for Abaddon. A destroying angel. We see ruin, destruction, the place of destruction, the name of the angel prince of the infernal regions, the minister of death and the author of havoc on the earth. Who does that sound like? Who would it not only be this type of angel that would be given power over all the demons? The prince of the air, the prince of the people. So all throughout scripture, when we see the prince in certain aspects, it's talking about Satan, ruin, destruction. When you go into his name, this is what you see, which are also the attributes of the demons. They are to destroy. Minister of death, the death angel, author of havoc on the earth. Remember, when he was cast out in Revelation 12, it was said, woe unto the earth and the sea and the inhabitants thereof. For the angel, for the devil cometh down with great wrath, knowing he have short time. So he was given the key to the bottomless pit to open up hell. So when we look at CERN and all these different things where they're opening up portals and talking about they're tearing holes into dimensions that they don't know, dark matter and hell and all this stuff. All right, the technology to now gain access. Apollyon, a destroyer, that is Satan. The angel of the bottomless pit, the destroyer. So what we must understand is, with this incursion, there is protection. So not only are we going to identify the things that are happening in our reality, the attacks of this destroyer on our biology and what's going on, so we can be aware and take countermeasures, preventative measures against these things that could bring forth disease, sickness, ill health, but also understand that we also are protected in this and go through the things that we can now have at our disposal to help our healing. Right? So when we go to Revelation chapter 9, verse 4, it says, and it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, talking about the locusts, the demons, the invasion that came out of the bottomless pit. They should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. So we have to then also understand, what does it mean to have the seal of God in our forehead, so we're not hurt by this incursion of the Shedim. How do we get the seal of God in our forehead so we're not hurt? We also see these, with this incursion, is these locusts have stingers like scorpions, venom like a snake has venom, poison, right? And so while we might not be directly impacted by the scorpion sting or the snake bite or venom, but we can be indirectly affected. And we're going to talk about that also. And that also can come into not having the seal of God in your forehead, to be affected by this, even though you may not have took the sting, doesn't mean that you're now exempt from the plague of the sting coming upon you, your household, or your family. Okay? Many, many, many ways of judgment here in these last days, but that also is a possibility to be affected. Even if you didn't get stung, you can be affected by this plague. So making our election sure and making certain we do have the seal of God in our foreheads to evade and withstand against this incursion. All right. So let me now that we've gone through just some scriptural understanding here, and this kind of all, if you all remember this video of this sister who recently, in the month of September, found herself in a hospital bed having difficulty breathing, where the doctors have no idea what's going on with her. They can't help her. They got oxygen hooked up to her nose. This is kind of what had a great impact on going down this path we're having these recent discussions about. It says, you guys, please watch this video. What are they up to again? Stay safe. Now, I'm not going to show this video. I've already showed it. But a lot of things we can take away from this. At the end, she says you need to get your diet together. Vegetables, fruits, water. Eat healthy. And I thought that was very profound that this sister would say that, because most people, maybe when they think of health, they're thinking about running out to the pharmacy and grabbing a pill, running to the herb store and grabbing a pill. But we must understand that health and our health is multifaceted. So at the end of this, we're going to talk about all of those things too. Okay. But what is this going on that not only is causing people to be very sick right now in these times with the unexplained phenomenon types of diseases that can't be explained, that what's happening, but also for a lot of people have been dealing with illnesses for their whole life since they were born. So this didn't just start where people just now started getting sick. All right. Since out the womb, it seems like we've had allergies, health conditions, different things that, in our bodies, we're trying to understand why. What is this, this conflict I have within my body that I can't seem to shake? And even fast forwarding up to now, it's just become more rampant. It's accelerated. It's on steroids now, but it's everything the Bible said would happen. And we just talked about this attack, this incursion and invasion of the Shedim, the demons. And when we read Revelations, it talks about the death angel, the angel of death. So the devil is here to collect souls for hell. There's a reckoning happening. And I want to start here with our information tonight. Now that we've laid the groundwork of our broadcast, I want to start here with Karen Kingston. How many of you all know Karen Kingston? Karen Kingston is a former Pfizer exec. She used to work for Pfizer. Karen Kingston breaks silence. Government using hidden tech to terrorize people. Now, one thing before I go into it, as we see this nanotech, okay, parasites, synthetics, attacking the cell. Before I go into this, I also want to bring up, we also discussed previously in our first part of withstanding the incursion of the Shedim, we talked about the similarity between parasites and demons. Right? Are demons parasites? Well, when you look at a parasite, just as a demon, you look at a demon, they both need a host. Demons hunger, they thirst, but they take no food, right? Or drink. But they still have a appetite that needs to be quenched, that they can only get quenched through a host. They have a destructive nature. Kill, steal, and destroy. They can only obtain this and quench this desire through a host. So they suck the life force out of a person. They cause disease, cause people to go against one another. Well, when you look at a parasite, it's the exact same attributes. All right. A parasite gets a hold of a host and sucks the life force out of a person, sucks the nutrients out of your body to where now your body is breaking down, bones breaking down, muscles breaking down, your cells are breaking down, because all the stuff that your body needs to exist and to process and to grow and to sustain, the parasite is now taking that away from the body. And now your body is in a collapse. So what we're seeing, and it's safe to conclude that the parasites that you can only see for most of them, on a microscopic level, meaning you need their science and technology to even see them, what we can conclude is that these physical parasites are a physical manifestation of the demon at work in our body. Right? Now, we talked about parasites. They are a part of life. And as long as your immune system is up to par, then your body can fend off the parasites and keep them at bay. But when your immune system becomes compromised, now the parasites can wreak havoc in the body, because there's no defenses to defend against them. So look at the immune system as the angels or your righteousness. When you're not in righteousness, now the demons can come in and go to work. And it doesn't mean that because you got sick that you are this evil person, because sicknesses happen. Okay, even to the righteous. It's just a demonic attack. We have to understand a demonic attack. Even Job in his righteousness was sick and had plague, boils, and all kind of things happening to his body as an attack of Satan trying to get him to convert over to the dark side. Okay, so I wanted to bring that out, that we also touched on the fact that demons are parasites and parasites are demons. They're one and the same. All right. So we're going to go into, again, how to contend. But now we're going to look at, understand our reality, what's happening, so we're not ignorant of the devil's devices, the things he's doing. Because remember, those that have the seal of God cannot be hurt. Okay? The seal is in your forehead. What else is in our head? Our brain. What else? What comes with our brain? Thinking, wisdom, making good choices, understanding. With all that, wisdom is the principal thing. With all they getting, get understanding. Okay, keeping the Lord's commandment is the beginning of knowledge, the beginning of wisdom. So if we're not doing those things, we're not going to have the knowledge, the seal of God, to understand, to avoid things. If we're not informed and watching and praying, staying educated on what's happening in our reality, we can fall victim to a lot of the things happening in our life. Now, of course, there's only so much we can do. All right. But we have to do our part. We have to make an effort to do our part. We can't just throw our hands up and say, oh, it's so much going on. I'm just going to do things without putting much effort into it. Okay. That's not how it works. All right. We don't overconsume ourselves with it, but we at least get some level of understanding and knowledge about it to be aware. And then we take what we've learned through our awareness, and now we implement it in our lives in a form of a well-being. But I wanted to bring this up because this is going to start us out here tonight. Karen Kingston breaks silence. Government using hidden tech to terrorize people. All right, let me pull this up.
Accountability is God's job, but it's not solely God's job.
And other big issues have made it obvious that our government lies to us a lot. They lie about what's happening in our country. They lie about what their plans are. And they even lie about what our own government is capable of. So that raises the question, just what hidden technologies could the government be using to quietly control, terrorize, and kill us? James Giordano is a professor of neuroethics at Georgetown and also an advisor to the U.S. military. Back in 2018, he delivered a disturbing lecture at West Point about the human brain being the battlefield of the future. We've clipped the most interesting parts. Have a watch.
So you have this Pentagon agent speaking about the brain is the battlefield. Okay. The brain is the battlefield. Let's hear what he has to say now about the brain.
We could stop it there and I could let you go back to your respective units and think about that for a while, but I'm here to tell you absolutely, as much as there's a big old Tyrolean nose on this face, that you will encounter some form of neurocognitive science that has been weaponized not only in your military career, but in your personal and professional lives, irrespective of whether those two things coincide or not. So the idea of the brain as the battlescape is very important. And more importantly is this other acronym that's up there, which is WMD squared. Please get used to this because this is going to be part of the idea of irregular warfare and ongoing military innovation in your careers. Weapons of mass destruction and disruption. Disruption and influence will be the key to creating peer capabilities and asymmetrical engagements. Let me say it again. It will be the key to creating peer capability and asymmetrical relations and engagements. And under the veil of a white flag, he and I are now to have some kind of a caucus, a meeting.
Now let's take a look at this here real quick. Talking about the brain being a battlescape. This is the PowerPoint presentation for this particular lecture. Combat operations. Novel neuroweapons, drugs and bugs. Neuro meaning the brain, the nervous system. Weapons in the form of drugs and bugs. Enclosed pharmaceuticals and organic neurotoxins. Ultra low high specified agents for use in targeting diplomatic, local culture, hearts and minds scenarios. High morbidity neuromicrobiologic agents. Neuromicrobials with high neuropsychiatric symptom clusters for public panic. Public health disintegrative effects. Gene-edited microbiologicals with novel morbidity, mortality profile. So reading this, does this not sound similar or bring you back to what we saw earlier with Netanyahu? Remember, he wanted to bring forth a genetic database for his whole country. And here we see gene-edited microbiologicals, right? And these are weaponized drugs and bugs. We see pharmaceuticals. What else do we have here? Nano neuroparticulate agents, high CNS aggregation, lead carbon silicate nanofibers, network disruptors. So for some of those listening may not be able to draw a lot out from what this is saying. He's going to go into and break it down. Okay, but in a nutshell, their attack on the brain, the heart through pharmacy, okay, and other means outside of pharmacy. Let's hear him continue on with this lecture.
And during that meeting, what I do is I lace the rim of his drink or his pen or his seat or something in his immediate environment with very, very low drug or toxins that are going to affect his stability. They may affect the way his brain works, and as a consequence of that, they can affect the functions of his brain, his thought patterns, his relative emotionality, and the behaviors that go along with that.
So basically, as a weapon, because he said I could lace the chair of this individual with this stuff, and basically with this, it can make a person sick. It can take control of the person's mind. So we're talking about mind control. Say that again.
Low drug or toxins that are going to affect his stability. They may affect the way his brain works, and as a consequence of that, they can affect the functions of his brain, his thought patterns, his relative emotionality, and the behaviors that go along with that. One of two things might happen. He might be completely incapacitated as a consequence of this, or he may change his level of capacity and engagement so that he went into the meeting thinking, I hate this guy's my enemy. He walks out of the meeting going, I love this guy's great. Now what could happen?
Now how about that? Okay, you walk in with one mentality or mind state, and through their drugs, their pharmacy, their poison, their toxins, you walk out with a whole total different mind state with their power to control the mind through this pharmaceutical weaponry, the nanotech.
If in fact this is a gentleman who has charismatic, financial, elected, or dictatorial power, if you're not aware of what nanoparticulate matter is, it's that matter which exists on a scale of 1 × 10⁻⁹. Very, very small. Smaller than a cell. And we can manufacture materials that have discrete properties that can be controlled by virtue of bioengineering and their physical chemistry. To auto-aggregate, to be able to aggregate in particular areas based upon their biological and/or chemical sensitivity. But now we go one step further. Most recently, just a few weeks ago, it was announced that you could then aerosolize nanomaterials.
It just came out, and I don't know when this lecture was, but at the time of this lecture, it just came out that you could aerosolize nanoparticulate matter, meaning it can be in the air. It can be sprayed. What comes to mind? Chemtrails. I'm going to deal with that here in a moment. Well, actually, I'll go ahead and bring it up. I meant to bring this out earlier. Those that remember this future strategic issues, future warfare. NASA, this NASA document, 2001. Capabilities of the enemy after next. And notice the date here, 2025 for the year. Ongoing worldwide technological revolutions. Potential nature of farther term warfare. And what they expect by 2025 is the bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to this year. Lot being said about 2025. It is the beginning of what would be the next administration in the United States. January 1st, 2025, the month of January begins the next, would begin or continue on with its next term or administration. Okay. When you come down to page 43, it also talks about microdust weaponry, a mechanical analog to bio micron-sized mechanized dust which is distributed as an aerosol, the exact words he just used, and inhaled into the lungs. Dust mechanically bores into the lung tissue and executes various pathological missions. Okay, this smart dust, this nano dust, micro dust, weaponry, aerosolized, executing pathological missions on the body. Wholly new class of weaponry, which is legal. Okay, then it goes into some scientific breakdowns on this. All right, let's go back here because I'm going to keep referring back to this document as well as many tonight. Let's keep going here.
Areas based upon their biological and or chemical sensitivity. But now we go one step further. Most recently, just a few weeks ago, it was announced that you could then aerosolize nanomaterials. And go one step further, I can create small robotic units, controllable robotic units at the nanoscale, and that these too can be aerosolized.
They can create controllable robots on the nanoscale size that can be aerosolized. Nano-sized robots that can be aerosolized into the air, that's mission is to control.
To create a nanoswarm of biopenetrable materials that you cannot see, that can...
You cannot see, and there goes that, we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but against what? Principalities, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places, a nanoswarm.
Nanoscale, and that these too can be aerosolized to create a nanoswarm of biopenetrable materials that you cannot see, that can penetrate all but the most robust biochemical filters, that are able to integrate themselves through a variety of membranes, mucous membranes, and wherever, mouth, nose.
They can invade and infiltrate various types of membranes, mouth, nose. What were they doing during the lockdown? Testing. What did we show last broadcast? The fibers on the the nose swab that the woman was showing. They were moving what some may call morgellons or some type of biosynthetic parasite. All this technology, and though it may be different in some different scales and facets, are all working for the same purpose: to make sick and to control.
Ears, eyes can be then uptaken into the vascular system to create clumping. Can
create clumping. What are we seeing right now happening with people that took the? We're not seeing clumping, blood clots, long fibers being pulled out of people.
Wherever, mouth, nose, ears, eyes, can be then uptaken into the vascular system to create clumping, can affect the vascular system of the brain, or can directly diffuse into the brain space, and these can be weaponized.
Directly into the brain space where it can be weaponized. These can be weaponized. And so if these can be weaponized and they're going into the brain space, and these are controllable robots, then does that mean that the person that now has been subjected to this, are they now become weaponized? It's a question I have. Has this person now that's become subject to this invasion, this alien invasion into their body, have they now become weaponized? Remember, that swab, Egyptian stick, had to be shoved up into the nose, up into the brain, back towards the blood-brain barrier. All right, couldn't spit in a cup, couldn't swab in the mouth. Not that swabbing in the mouth would, been any better, but they wanted to make sure they got that thing deep back up into the brain. It was the weirdest thing, and that's why when I first seen it, I said, no, it don't make any sense. for a test. I've never seen a test before where they stick a swab all up in your brain. And this was their suggestion after this initially so-called outbreak happened, which they didn't understand themselves, but this is what their response was. They were certain that this is what they needed to do, but they weren't certain what was going on. And with such quickness. So these are the things that have to be red flags to us, that stand out to us, to understand that no, we're not doing that. It doesn't make any sense. We're not doing that. And now it's starting to make sense as these things start to come out. These type of lectures and white papers and stuff we go into starts to come out. Now it makes total sense. Why am I, what they would call spider senses? Why the Holy Spirit had my senses tingling, and why I felt so bad in my gut about partaking in this. But let's keep on here.
And they can be done in such a level that their presence is almost impossible to detect, and as such, the attribution becomes exceedingly difficult to demonstrate.
Their presence becomes almost impossible to detect. So when it's in the body, it's almost impossible to detect that it's even in your body. All right. So when we talk about parasites, on one hand, you have the biological parasites that are in nature. That's one parasite. And while those can be dangerous, right, we have an even more deadly type of parasite that we're now looking at now. Even more, to the umpteenth exponent, more dangerous than the biological parasite is the synthetic parasite now, the nanotech parasite.
How much of this material would I need? Take a look. This is the front of my pen. This amount of nanomaterial, if be able to maintain and sustain with regard to its deliverability and aerosolization, could in fact affect all of you.
Okay, so
that's all it would take. The amount of the front of his pen could infect everyone in that room if it was aerosolized. Everybody's breathing that in, and now they're infected. This is very key in understanding what we're going to talk about tonight. Okay? And this is modern war. And the document we just pulled out here from NASA, pull it up here, 2001, was Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare, circa 2025. And, you have here the person that has this PDF put up, the future is now, meaning this is what they said back then is happening now. And here we have this man, this is recent. I don't know how recent this is, but this was within the past few years at the most.
Fact, affect all of you.
Okay, so that was 5 years ago, before even. So how far do you think things have moved in the past 5 years? What kind of invisible weapons could the government be deploying on the battlefield of the brain? Well, here's one hint. The next year, in 2019, Professor Giordano was co-author of a scientific paper on aerosolized nanobots, robots so small they can spread through the air like water droplets.
So that was 2017 when that lecture was given. All right, 2 years later, now he's writing papers on this. Let's keep going.
You just saw him explain. What does it feel like to be hit with a neuro weapon? Well, Karen Kingston knows what it's like to be targeted by a neuro weapon, and she says she knows how to treat it as well, and she joins us now. Karen, welcome back to the Stu Peters Show. It's good to see you.
Oh, thank you for having me back, Paul. Yeah, it's been a while, and as James Giordano said, they use the neuroweapons potentially to take out leaders. So back in July, with the help of the Stu Peters platform, a lot of the messaging and evidence I was putting forward was gaining momentum, and I was effectively hit with some of these neuroweapons. And what it feels like is, well, first of all, they can put it, like he said, like on your food. Believe it or not, once I really believe they actually put it in mustard, like on a sandwich. They can put it in a drink, or you can be hit with a puff of this aerosolized technology. And immediately what I felt was congestion in kind of like a nasal congestion up into the head in the eyes, and a tingling over your body. And then you get kind of dizzy and lightheaded, and your cognitive function, you're not able to really articulate thoughts or ideas very well. And another thing that I noticed was almost an emotional numbness, except an extreme heightened sense of anxiety and terror, if you will. So we know that causes a loss of smell, and that's what happened as well. So if it goes through the olfactory nerves, that goes straight to the amygdala. Between this burning sensation that you have and whatever this neurotoxin is, I really felt like I was in a state of terror. And it was very difficult for me to articulate my thoughts as I normally would. And I'm still having problems to this day. But what was most alarming was the tightening in my chest and this extreme thirst. If anyone's been through surgery and anesthesia, it's kind of like that, but 10 times worse, to the point that I was on my knees begging out to Jesus and God that if this is a inkling into what hell is like, to please save me and rescue me now.
So this particular person, this former Pfizer exec who's come out and brought out all kind of information with this, is claiming that she is a victim of such an attack, that this man, I forget the man's name, was given this lecture, this aerosolized nanotech attack. And she's now explaining what happened to her. She's going to go into details and show all what happened to her. Now, she didn't take the... So this isn't side effects that she's dealing with, that she said she's still trying to recover from. Let's keep going.
So it was very, for me, it was very terrifying when I was hit with these neuroweapons, and it happened more than once. What I found treated it. Oh, and I also had inflammation of the body. So the first thing I noticed was my hands, my fingers swelled up, but then I started to notice swelling throughout the whole body. So
first her hands and fingers started swelling up, and then she noticed swelling throughout the whole body from this attack.
Large doses of antihistamines. So an antihistamine is like, Claritin, Zyrtec, Benadryl, Allegra, those kind of things. And then any kind of anti-inflammatory. I personally took diclofenac, but you could take a prednisone, you could take Tylenol, Advil, those kind of things.
So she's talking about what she used to help herself feel better and recover from this. She took antihistamines, right? Because this is like the body's immune system is responding like it's an allergy, a foreign pathogen in the body that it has to get rid of. So there's an allergic inflammatory response that you must calm down, right? And then from there, now that there's inflammation in the body, now you have to deal with the inflammation that's there. So we're going to talk about natural things, natural substances that we can then have at our disposal should we deal with any of these things, or even if it's just to keep our immune system strong, should we come in contact, being that we know they're spraying chemtrails. We don't know what's in those chemtrails. Could this be in the chemtrails? So the fact that we have to breathe, and we're breathing this air every day, is more than enough reason for everybody to understand, regardless of what your health condition is. These are things that we must understand and look to utilize within our medicine cabinets and our health regimen. All right, let's keep going here.
And then, based on my understanding that these neuroweapons contain the nanotechnology, I do use a zeolite spray that I sprayed in my mouth, and believe it or not, I sprayed it in my eyes, and I just kept spraying it because it's supposed to help bind to the technology.
So she's talking about a zeolite spray, which we talked about last part one. Zeolite, which is a chelating agent or a detoxifying agent. So you have to get this stuff out the body. So therefore, she took something that would bind to this nanotech, this biosynthetic, to bind to it and to pull it out the body. So she used zeolite. All right, so we'll talk about that more later also.
So that was my most recent experiences. And when you're targeted, keep in mind that, they just need, as James Giordano said, I mean, you're talking about an amount that's invisible to the human eye. So, if you go to your local grocery store and you get some, ribs to go or fried chicken, they can just spray the inside of the bag, drop, the food in there, and then that food is contaminated. If you're staying in a hotel, they can, just in the little cracks in the door, they could spray something into your room. And we also know that they could use electromagnetic frequencies. And the weapons that they develop, many of them look like a smartphone. And
they can also use electromagnetic frequencies. We're going to talk about that also. The frequencies.
These smartphones can be weaponized with 5G. So you could have that targeted at you and be hit with a 5G EMF. And Dr. Anna Mahalchia actually recently reported that Senator Ron Johnson and other senators reported that they were hit with EMFs and they suffer from Havana syndrome. So what I explained, though, again, is when I was hit with the neuroweapons, there was mass inflammation throughout the body, including the central nervous system. I assume there were some toxins in there that caused some of the cognitive dysfunction and the heightened state of anxiety. And so what I just treated was the inflammation. Now, if someone is hit with these, I recommend obviously seeing a doctor that's an expert in it for treatment.
This is just incredible. I mean, because you are right. I mean, everybody watching the Stu Peters show and your, essentially repeat appearances here on this program, you and Stu going over patents, the bioweapon, exposing, a ton of stuff, exposing the criminality of Pfizer, the court documents that they wanted hidden for 50 years. All of this information is coming out. And it's game.
So she was exposing a lot of the stuff during her time working at Pfizer. She's been on a lot of documentaries. I think she was on the Last Days or the End of Days. I forget what it was called. The Stu Peters production, End of Days, where she's talked about a lot of this stuff. So it would make sense that she would have a direct attack, a specific targeted attack on her. Not that we all aren't being targeted, but a more directed attack because of what she's bringing out.
Gaining steam, and then boom, all of a sudden, you're kind of off the grid for a long time. And I know a lot of Stu Peters listeners, viewers were very concerned, like, where's Karen Kingston? Is Karen Kingston okay? And so now, here's the explanation. You believe you were essentially, it was an attempt on your life, really.
Yeah, and I was told when I returned to the States that if I kept a low profile and backed off, that this would stop. And Paul, the devil doesn't honor his word. So I still need prayers and protection. I really do, more than ever.
And is this the first time that you think that you have been, given something that, made you sick because of the information that you were, covering and revealing?
That's a great question. Thank you for bringing it up. Actually, this has been going on for more than 2 years. And in October 2021 and November 2021, I was hit at speaking events. And I'll send the evidence to your production studio so they can show them. At the speaking events, I was told I was hit with a tick. So a tick is like an invisible Band-Aid, and someone was probably prayed with me and pressed it into my skin. And I was hit with the full-on bioweapon nanotechnology. And hopefully, you can show the viewers, my skin turned green and then it turned black and fell off. And I hope we can get the images to show them.
They're there. Yeah.
I looked at I looked at the blood work, my blood work. You could see the self-assembling nanotechnology.
So this is what happened to her skin at a speaking event. After the speaking event, then she started to get sick, and what you just saw, and I'm going to go to the link where she talks about this on her website, what started happening to her after the speaking event, where she was speaking about all this stuff, speaking out against Pfizer and the
in my blood. And I became very, very ill. And the only way to treat it successfully was with EDTA. That was the only treatment that was really effective. What happened after I did the EDTA is these, when my skin turned black, it had like these black bubbles. It's really gross. It almost was reptilian looking.
So she had to use EDTA, another chelating agent. Now, I haven't done a lot of research on EDTA. There are other more food-based chelating, detoxifying agents we're going to speak about that you can use for medicine to detoxify. But I have heard a lot of people talk about EDTA to use in instances of detoxifying heavy metals and things like this out of your body. All right. So maybe in the future, get more information, we can bring that out. Okay. But just this is what she used. And she said it was the only thing that she could find that could get this stuff out of her body. One second, family. My mouse has died on me. Let me get my charger. 1 second.
But it collapsed and that fell off and my skin cleared up. And as you know, Dr. Anna Mahalchia, she's had successful treatments with EDTA. I don't know of other people who've had their skin turn green then black. And then obviously my blood was contaminated. I was sleeping 20 hours a day. At one point, I had massive bleeding from my nose and everywhere. And my bed looked like someone had been murdered in it. My poor son had to witness, basically his mother completely incapacitated and bleeding. So that happened over 2 years ago. So I want people to know that, I've done not just the best I can do. I've been doing all I can endure, really, to get the truth out there. And this last attack, I'm still traumatized by it, as you can see. But, it's not normal for me to panic, which is part of the reason why I think that there are long-lasting neurological effects that take time to heal when you're hit with these neuroweapons as well. Because when I was hit with these other biological weapons,
60 seconds.
There was brain fog and everything else, but cognitively I was still strong. And this last round really hit me. It really hit me hard. And again, the devil doesn't honor his word. They're not backing off.
Okay, so you said that, you've been doing all this to get the truth out. So let's go ahead and double down here. And, if you had to summarize the truth that you're trying to get out, what is it, Karen Kingston?
Well, whether it's the, we're under attack by an advanced artificial intelligence technology that, as James Giordano said, can be aerosolized. It can be put in your food, and it's invisible to the human eye. So attribution or trying to identify what's causing these illnesses in America and these deaths and disease can be difficult. Now, we know there's direct correlation now. But, I think the next wave of attacks, again, whether they call it a or I don't know what they're going to call it, mass psychosis, more than likely it is an advanced now technology attack on global civilians. So we have to stand strong in the truth and not, and I think that's what's most important, is to not capitulate to the lies. And to remember that we are a country founded under God. Our rights are given to us by God, not the government. And I think I had a strong position reminding people that they have the authority to take control in their own communities and protect themselves and their children, and to work with local officials to do so. And that was upsetting.
That was successfully done. I mean, you were being successful at that in Florida counties, right? And then you were also educating local authorities, really in other places too, right, across the country.
Yes, I was. And I think that when people reminded that, again, our rights are given us to God, given us to by God, and we are created perfectly in His image, and no one has authority over our bodies, our minds, and our souls other than God. And I think that upset the enemy greatly. So, if you can't tell, Paul, I'm still timid right now. It's and I really just the prayers of the viewers. I'm here because of their prayers and because of my faith in Jesus Christ and because of our Almighty God, Yahweh. I'm confident of that. People say the three-letter agencies want me gone. I would be gone. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. I'm here, because of my faith and because of prayers and the power of prayer and the power of Yahweh.
Wow. Well, amen to that. And I know the Stu Peters audience is going to continue to pray for you and, pray for recovery. And really just generally, I mean, here you have done all of this work and it's all out there. It's all available for other people to pick up the torch and carry it, even further to expose it, to get accountability. I know Stu uses the term extreme accountability. I would certainly concur with that. I mean, because this is, we are literally in the midst of, the powers that be, whether they're, public or whether they're hidden, they clearly are at war with humanity. They're obsessed with depopulation. It's obvious that we're not only being poisoned by this cloak and dagger spy type stuff, but also our food supply, our water, and I know all of that can integrate into those things as well. But yeah, it's very dangerous times, and we have to remain vigilant. And Karen Kingston, thank you for remaining vigilant, and thank you once again for coming on the Stu Peters Show.
Yeah, thank you. And just lastly, I want to say I was unaware of the breadth and the depth of the reach of this plan. Just like, as Christians and people of Judeo-Christian values, we're very open about our faith. I think it's called the skull and crossbones. There is a dark cult out there that's secretive, and you don't know the reach of it. And in the book of Mark 13, I think it's verse 14, it says, brother will turn against brother to death, parent against their child, and child will put their parent to death. People will be threatened to hurt other people. Stu did a great interview with Laura Logan where she said the neighbors were turning the Jews over into the Nazis.
You can't have a genocide. She said you can't have a genocide without the neighbors pointing where the people are hiding.
Keep in mind, though, when people are terrorized in fear, remember the Von Trapps from
The Sound of Music. The Sound of
Music, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so, when a son became part of the Nazis and turned on his own family. So, it is in the book of Mark. We are in dark times, and we need to repent, and we need to reach out to one another and love and remember that connection. What kept me going was reminding myself I was made in the image of God. I have a connection to God. And we all do. And we need to remind our loved ones and our neighbors of that connection as well to stay strong in this attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jesus Christ is on his throne right now, and we need to remember that. And nothing, the gates of hell are not going to stop his kingdom, the advance of his kingdom, even though the enemy plots and plans and, maybe wins apparently little battles here and there. God wins in the end. Karen Kingston, thank you so much for sharing your story with us today. God bless you.
All right. So and she's not the only one. There are others who have claimed to have been attacked in some form or fashion. But she's able to, somewhat pinpoint her attack to possibly being along the lines of what this, let me get this man's name here.
A disturbing lecture at West Point about the human brain being the battlefield of the future. We've clipped the most interesting parts. Have a watch. Giordano is a professor of government be using to quietly control, terrorize, and kill us. James Giordano is a professor of neuroethics.
James Giordano. So she was able to pinpoint and draw from this lecture that possibly there was an attack on her based upon her symptoms, based upon her receiving threatening phone calls, not to come back to the U.S., to back off, to be quiet, not talk about this stuff. And so this made sense to her that it was an attack through the aerosolized nanotech. Now, one thing I did want to mention here real quick before we continue on, and I do see some callers, 360 and 708. I see you in Blog Talk. So if you have a comment, you want to speak, press 1. I don't see your hand raised. If you press 1, that'll let me know that you want to speak. I'll bring you in. But I did want to speak to some of the comments in the chat, right? Because, a lot of times we bring on people who they might, we go through a lot of different people that are doctors, scientists, whoever. And, they may not always believe what we believe. Scripturally, doctrinally, they may have the wrong names, right? We have to keep in mind, family. I don't think there's anybody here listening right now, unless you're probably very, very young as a child, that grew up with the Most High's name and knew his name from birth, right? I remember at one point, I used to think God's name was Yahweh. Okay, I remember one point I used to think Christ's name was Jesus. So let's be mindful of that, and not look down upon somebody or talk about somebody because they may not know what we know, because we were at one point that person that didn't know. But what we can draw from this, because I don't want us to miss the points that are being made here. First of all, she's a woman of God. She believes in the Bible. She's quoting scripture. How many people do we know out there right now? We go outside into the world, step outside your front door, people that can say, yeah, they're quoting Bible scripture, right? It's the total contrary. People could care less about the Bible right now. So the fact that she's actually a believer in the Bible, in Christ, and may not have it all, that should be celebrated, because there's not many people out there that even have that, right? Majority of people out there in darkness right now don't believe in the Bible, don't know what to believe, right? Could care less about knowing scripture. And then on top of that, it can sidetrack us from the actual points that are being made here, what we're trying to draw from this. It can become a distraction, right? Let's stay focused here, and let's focus on what's being brought out and not on the fact if a person has it all together, what we know doctrinally, okay? Because there's a lot here that she's saying and said. Here is her report. Okay, and there's images here of her skin and what was going on after this lecture she gave, the speaking event. So she basically has it written down and goes through it in detail. She shows she was bleeding. She experienced massive bleeding on top of fatigue and brain fog. Her skin started developing blisters that turned green and white. Okay. And when she looked in her blood, she saw that within her blood was a contamination of nanotech. Here's also a video real quick of her where she also became magnetic, which she eventually was able to resolve with the EDTA IV treatment, a chelating medicine, a chelation medicine. Play it real quick.
Okay, just in case, here, this is a quarter. That's my head.
And we saw this with people that took the. So it would appear that this is the same technology that's in the. Now, most people that became magnetic only became magnetic where they got the in them on their arm. From what I saw, it was only on the arm. I don't remember people becoming magnetic all over. But she's magnetic on her head with the coin, right? So, but here's the link also to go with this. But I brought this out to show that this is happening, that this can be aerosolized, and that there's an attack on all of us when it comes to this. And I also went into the NASA future war with this smart dust that the bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to 2025 AD, that they were projecting in 2001 through their NASA agendas to transition mankind into being a cyborg by the year 2025. And just because you may not necessarily have all types of robotic extremities and things external that you would see that would make you think of somebody being a cyborg doesn't mean that there's not something going on inside your body. There's a change happening on a cellular level with nanotech that would already have your body starting to change to become the cyborg. Because it says bots, Borgs, and humans, meaning that there would still be people that are not going through the transitioning or to the level of what you would consider to be a cyborg. But understanding this is what they were talking about in 2001 in NASA. So now that we've seen that, I want to now go over to our next video here. Let me check the call lines, make sure that, okay, so 360 and 708, I don't see you with your hand raised, so I'm taking it you're just listening to the call, to the broadcast. I'm not going to take calls, but if you have a comment or question, press 1 and I'll bring you in. So this next video we're going to watch, Nanotech by Hope in Taiwan. And for those of you that remember, we did a live stream at the beginning of the year, Davos 2023 and mankind becoming human antennas. We talked about the frequencies, how they're changing the body to now be able to receive like an antenna, the frequency that's coming through like your 5G, your Wi-Fi devices, your smart devices. And we showed a video from this couple here, Hope in Taiwan. Now this is part 2 of what they had put out, a series of the nanotech. I believe a lot of the stuff was in the first one we watched. So I went ahead and went to part 2 because it looks like it's newer, updated material. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video. We're going to go through and break some of this stuff down on what they're saying is happening right now with this technology and the frequencies and how they're using this for the next.
This company in Israel then laundered the data, erased all the adverse reactions that the test victims were experiencing, and sent a fake report back to the DoD and FDA to make it look like clinical trials were safe and effective. This laundered fake report is what they used to get the emergency use authorization needed to the rest of the U.S. population with this bioweapon.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. Thank you so much for coming on back to the show. We very much appreciate it. This is the much awaited Nanotech Part 2 conversation with researchers Hope and Tavon. And what you just heard is the fact that there was fraud, there is fraud, and fraud vitiates all contracts, even the most solemn contracts, documents, and even judgments. This according to the Supreme Court of the United States. Friends, you're going to hear in this one that not only was there fraud, but Pfizer experimented on our own U.S. military. Friends, before we start this one, just a quick word about our sponsor. Did you know that 99.5% for part 2 of a very, very important conversation with researchers Hope and Tavon? I'm really delighted to have these guys back because, guys, we need to understand what's going on regarding the attack against humanity. And y'all know that I had Dr. Anna Michalcha on recently, and Dr. Anna said this stuff is in everybody, even in the unvaxxed folks. I just want to say at the top of the show, this may be a slightly more hopeful presentation from Hope and Tavon. Yes, the situation's dire. Yes, this stuff is in our environment. But as I said in the precursor to that interview with Dr. Anna, it's a lot different to the bioweapon directly into your veins than it is to consume it or breathe it. More on that in a second. Let me welcome my guests. Hope and Tavon, how are you guys? Welcome back.
We're doing great.
Doing great, Sean.
Really happy to be here. And we just want to say in the very beginning that we really respect Dr. Anna's research and her work. We are paid subscribers to her Substack. We've used and referenced her work in the past. We have a lot of respect for her.
Yes.
And we hope that we can just add a couple of other dimensions to this conversation that can help fill in some holes for some people, to give people some hope and to try to empower people to be able to take care of themselves and arm themselves in this fight against evil with what they've been trying to do to us. So hopefully this will help a lot of folks.
Yeah, I think it will. And go ahead, Tavon. I just wanted to call out the fact that our last interview was around July 7th. The name of that one was The Nanotech Genocidal Beast Plan. And, as Hope and Tavon showed and demonstrated in that interview, we have their nanotech genocidal beast plan. It's in black and white. It's in their own words in documents. And so today we're going to flush that out a bit further and follow that up. Go ahead, Tavon. Sorry.
Oh, no, Graham, I'm in complete agreement. I'm just, I'm eager to get into the presentation and to just show the timeline of events.
Yeah, and you definitely want to watch the last presentation because we're going to be continuing on and referencing a lot of the technology that we spoke about in that last presentation. And there was so much data that we wanted to bring forward. We're glad we were able to break it up into 2 parts a month apart like this, because it's easier for people to digest because there's a lot going on, guys, a lot. And there's a lot of disclosure in this presentation. We've got a lot of documents that we're going to be uploading that you can't really find anywhere. They're scrubbing a lot from the internet. So please go to the blog post and check out the documentation so that you can have the true information about what's really going on.
All right. Well, I fixed my microphone there. So without further ado, we shall begin. You guys have screen share capability. So I want you to drive and take us away for Nanotech Part 2.
All right. So here we are with our summary, just to show you what we're going to be covering in today's presentation.
And this image is a very good depiction of what we can get an idea of the synthetic parasite and what it's doing to the cell. Okay. So it's just a depiction, but the we're going to talk about later actually sticks to the cell. All right. It's a glycoprotein that sticks to the cell and forms a symbiotic relationship with the cell to where it pretty much is on the cell and it's not going to leave the cell until the cell dies. And it's a parasite on the cell. So it basically sucks the life out of the cell until the cell dies. And then it moves on to the next cell. All right. So this is kind of giving you the idea of what they would call but it's actually a that they've created synthetically, a nanotech, through the nanotech, to attack our cells, to bring forth sickness, disease, death, and even control, to be able to control and track through this synthetic parasite, this nanotech, this biotech here. All right, let's keep going.
So here we are with our summary, just to show you what we're going to be covering in today's presentation. So nanotech in the
the hidden Mengele experiment on 44,000 U.S. military men, women, and children. What every American needs to know.
Also, DARPA Insider, nanotech, and mind control.
Also, the target.
So here we see the mind control once again. And they're about to go into the experiment that they had on the U.S. military, men, women, and children prior to the lockdown. Right before the lockdown, they ran this experiment to get ready for unleashing this on all the world. But they had to first run it on the military as a test.
Targeted Individual Program, which is the testing ground for what they plan to do to the world population through the Great Reset.
And then we're going to cover the 20-year plus history of the development of bioweapons by DARPA.
And then the Nanotech Manhattan Project timeline, comparing events with tech development and political moves by world governments over the past 30 years.
So, and the bottom here, I just want to say attention to everybody. So they're removing a lot of these reference documents that we've been putting in our presentations from the internet. And many people have contacted us recently asking for all of these reference documents because they want to use them as evidence in court cases all around the world. So it's because of this that we purposefully re-upload the documentation on our own servers so that it's searchable and accessible to the public. So please be sure to visit the blog post for this and all of our other presentations for our important backup reference documentation. And Sean will put that link below this video so that you can go and find this information for yourself. People have been finding it really helpful. And I just wanted to quickly bring attention to, this is our new Truth educational series. We've been putting together these videos. They're meant to be like a step-by-step educational format to help clear up the confusion of the lies that's been told to the public through the agenda. And especially this latest one here called Great Reset Technology Explained. We really go in depth and we explain the technology that they're using up one way and down the other. We really cover it in depth. So make sure that you check out all of these presentations, but that last one as well, to help explain everything that we're going to go over rather quickly in this show today. So with that, let's dig in to the nanotech in the.
Okay, now we're going to briefly go over a background, Sean, to frame things from a context of 25 years of transhumanism.
So let's stop for a moment. 25 years of transhumanism. Now, when we looked at the NASA document earlier, that was almost 25 years ago. Okay, so what we must understand is this isn't something that just happened overnight. This has been a process that they've been doing for decades now to transition us into the transhumanism. All right. So just we're at a place now where it's becoming more prevalent in understanding. We're discovering their plan, and they've just ramped it up to even a higher degree now as the technology increases, as the accessibility increases, the effectiveness of them bringing forth this plan increases. Okay.
And the reference point for us is the scientist researcher Clifford Carnicom, and he's the environmental research scientist. He's also the founder of the Carnicom Institute and the Carnicom Foundation Disclosure Project. And we have his website. And we believe that the 3 videos and his website is required research to get a proper understanding of what's happened in the past 25 years. We're speaking specifically with the geoengineering program and how it ties into chemtrails. And it'll also close the lid on what was this thing called Morgellons and the Targeted Individual Program. All of this is connected to what's happened since. But the thing about him, which makes him special, Clifford, and also we give a lot of gratitude and thanks to Clifford because he's been dogged on finding out what our environment has been contaminated with over the past 25 years. He's the one that's taken these samples, put it under the microscope when no one else would do it, coming basically from sufferers who claim to be having this thing happening to them with their bodies and these lesions, and found similar things in the environment. And he took it to all the government agencies when it first happened in the early 2000s, and he was met with opposition or ridicule or just silence.
Nobody wanted to.
So this particular researcher, the scientist, has been researching how they've been sabotaging intentionally through toxicity our environment. Toxically sabotaging our environment. Talking about the chemtrails, the geoengineering. Okay, on and on and on. It's in the air, it's in the food, it's in the water. So what we're going to come to find out is that at some capacity, we're all dealing with this stuff. Some maybe more than others. So it's important that we understand this, because if we don't understand this, then we'll take no action against it. We won't take the measures of making sure we're eating the right way, that we're detoxifying the right way to get this stuff out, putting the right things in our body that's going to break this stuff down so it can be detoxified out.
No one wanted to talk about it. And so he's the first one that broke the ground. And now his research has grown to the size it's become, and it's become a center point for people like us to reference his work. So he was the first to analyze and study what he's calling cross-domain bacteria, where people are calling Morgellons, euphemistically, publicly, is what he's calling a cross-domain bacteria.
Or CDBs.
Or CDB. It's 0.5 microns in size, and it's found, and this is based on the samples he found in both the environment and from suffering victims. Now,
and what's important, family, is that we must understand bacteria. All right, you have good bacteria and you have bad bacteria. So at the center of all this, you can always come back to the bacterial part of understanding. All right, we're going to talk more about the bacteria later.
This is a modified organism. To what degree of it is genetically modified, or let's say cyborg, what have you, we don't know, but it is modified and it is an organism. And it has 4 different forms it can take in the body. One of them is fibrous, and it can reside in the blood and in the tissues of the body. This is one of its properties.
A GMO, genetically modified organism. Okay, this bacteria. And it can reside in the blood and tissues in the body. What else?
Can be found in the blood. It has both a parasitic and symbiotic quality.
Has both parasitic and symbiotic qualities. So there's your parasite, but it's synthetic. They've studied parasites in nature, and they've come up with a synthetic parasite that they can now utilize to their liking to do whatever they need for it to do in the body. Okay, it can take on 4 different forms. We saw the Hydra, the actual creature that's supposed to be immortal, the immortal parasite that you cannot kill. It just, whenever you break it up, it just grows into more hydras. And this is what they also have said to have found in the Dr. Carrie Madej found this in the.
And this can be observed by how it behaves with the blood. Also, in earlier interviews that he's done with Dr. Gwen Scott, I'm referring to an interview with those 2 links at the bottom of this slide. These interviews are done like 13 or 14 years ago now. Dr. Gwen Scott mentions an interview she had with an whistleblower who worked for the government developing this superbug, this organism. And he basically implied that there was a link with this, with EMF targeting and mind control. And so you're looking at the date in which
There goes that mind control again. Just what that professor spoke about earlier. Through the aerosolization of the nanotech, we can then bring forth the mind control. And they're doing it through the EMF, the electromagnetic frequency, to self-assemble the synthetic parasite to then go in the body to control the mind.
these things were discussed. So this has been in play for a very long time. These revelations, in combination with the recent C-19, ties together the chemtrail, Morgellons, and target individual programs, the geoengineering, that's the bioengineering, and it's under the transhumanist agenda. And again, we asked the audience to look at these links of their findings, both in the past and in the present, which the top one is the most recent one that he did for the Carnicom Institute Disclosure Project, because that is the best way we can say that to get you going on that path to understanding exactly what it is we're dealing with. And the reason why we're bringing this slide up is to show that this has been ongoing. This is something, a toxin, an organism that's in the environment, and is
with nanotech.
With nanotech. What's in nanotech? I mean, this thing is small, but it's been weaponized, and it's in everyone's bloodstream.
And has been for a long time.
It has been for a long time. And the reason why we have to bring this up is we're looking at poisoning through bioaccumulation, but at the same time, we're trying to remind everyone that even with this, everyone is still moving along and is still living their life. But once you're aware of things like this, there's things you can do that we talk about at the end, that we always talk about, that also has a way of improving, getting the body able to detox from things like this also.
So what they're saying is that this stuff is in everybody in some capacity, maybe some more than others, okay? Through the geoengineering and bioengineering of our environment, okay, it then gets in the body. And then it can bioaccumulate in the body. And so what happens is, as you start to build more of this stuff up in your body, that's whenever now your body starts to break down. You get sick. Your immune system can't defend against it. So those are people that are very toxic with this, okay? Now, enter in 2020, they had to find a way to get this stuff on a higher level in people's bodies. So here comes the because these other ways aren't working fast enough. The chemtrails, the water, the food, all right? It's not working to the level that they needed to work to. So they had to come up with the psychologically to get people to believe in it, to then go out and get the so they could now get the bioweapon inside people on a higher level. And then those people become walking spreaders of these parasites to then shed and bring it more into people they come in contact with. So it's really the bioaccumulation. So that's the importance of the detox. That's the importance of eating healthy. So that we're constantly flushing this stuff out the body. As it starts to, the load of it starts to build up, we can flush it out consistently through our diet. All right, we'll talk more about that at the end. We just kind of wanted to summarize what they're talking about here.
So let's talk about some of the differences in this based on that history that we just shared there. So God created our bodies with groups of organs called organ systems that work together to keep the body in balance. When God created these systems, he also created defenses for them, physical barriers to microbes such as skin and mucous membranes, as well as mechanical defenses that remove microbes and debris from areas of the body where they might cause harm or infection. So nanotech in the air, food, water, has to make its way through all of these God-given defenses in order to do the most damage. In nanotech directly into the blood bypasses all of these defense systems that you see on the right here.
See that? So we have organs, our lungs, liver, kidneys, intestines. All these are filter systems. So as we ingest poisons, the body has a way through these organs to filter them out. But what happens is when you use a syringe, you bypass the organs and you directly into the blood, which then can go directly to the brain. Same with the swab. Okay. They shove it and cram it all the way into the back of your brain so they can get whatever it is on that swab in your brain. Okay. This is what they're doing. So that's the whole point. Whenever you have something evasive happen to your body, all right, you're now giving your body direct access to whatever now is coming in through whatever the medium of delivery that's being used on your body. Okay, so that's the reason why for most of us, we're walking around, we may have some traces of the stuff in us from the air, the water, the food, but our body is trying to get rid of it at the same time, or getting rid of it. So it may take a long time for it to really build up with it happening in that fashion. Well, introduce, and now you got 70% of the population with a high amount of this self-replicating biosynthetic parasite that can be shed on others.
Yes, there is a difference between being or not being. Also, have been put into the to disarm the immune system.
Now, I want you all to highlight, it says have been put into to disarm the immune system. So a lot to take from that. But one thing I want to highlight is the word here, protein. Okay, these are proteins. Very, very key when understanding this. So now when it comes to detoxification and getting this stuff out of the body, we know how to attack it to get it out. Okay, but understand that these things were put into the body to hijack, to disarm the immune system. So now these synthetic parasites can come in and go to work. They're looked at as not a threat now because the immune system has been tamed and is looking at them as not anything bad. Even to the point to where now the body will look to now start to helping them to reproduce. All right. So all the clotting you're seeing happening in people, a clot is a protein. Okay, these are proteins, the inflammation in the body. This is a protein. Okay.
So our immune system naturally attacks the nanotech, causing it not to be as effective in operating the way it was programmed to do. So in order to ensure that the nanotech will do the most damage and operate at its full capacity, you need to disarm the immune system. So they have put at least three, in the to do just that, to disarm your immune system. Those HIV proteins are ADF, GP12, PP14, and they were found in an analysis available on the vaxchoice.com website. We'll have links to that in this description. So just to let everybody know, we have been bombarded with nanotech in our environment for decades. And our amazing, resilient bodies that God created have been adapting to this all of this time. Isn't that incredible, right?
Yeah, right.
But there is a reason why decades of polluting our environment wasn't good enough, and why they had to invest a tremendous amount of time, money, and energy to get the most out of the population to get this directly into their bodies. And that's a couple of points that people brought up in the comments in one of your last videos. People were saying things like this, and we agree with that. I also want to talk about, in addition to those, there have been 99 pages of toxic ingredients that were found in the. So this is another report, another disclosure that we're attaching to this. I got this from Todd Callender and his team. A vial of the obtained from a confidential patient. The contents were thoroughly examined with the proper equipment and expertise, and a full toxicology report was created showing 99 pages of toxic ingredients in the. And I basically just put a few screenshots of some of the parts of this report up here on the screen, so you can go ahead and read that full toxicology report yourself.
99 pages of toxic ingredients found in and you notice whenever they give us the insert for the it's blank. Nothing's on it. Okay, which is a serious slap in the face. If this has 99 pages of toxic ingredients, how do you give us a blank page of ingredients inside the batches that come for this? Meaning there's all kind of stuff in this. It's not just one thing. It's all kind of stuff in this. All right. And for a lot of these doctors and scientists, you know, they're just trying to figure it out because we haven't been given the ingredients. So figuring this thing out takes time. Figuring out what effect this has on the people that took it, the people that are exposed to people that took it, right? It comes with time. You know, this is something never before seen, this technology being used with these particular type of. So these doctors are putting their heads together, trying to figure out how do we now combat this, and especially when we don't know fully exactly what all's in this, what we're fighting against. Okay, so that's what has to be understood in all this. Is this is a serious learning process and combating the biowarfare that's happening right now in this post timer, and you notice how pretty much just disappeared off the face of the earth. It's not even really ever talked about anymore in the media, in conversations with people you know. It's like it never happened. You remember when it was so much stress about 6 feet apart, wear your mask? You notice how that really is not even spoken about anymore? Because no sooner than they give everybody the they did away with the 6 feet because now they need people to get around each other. Right? It doesn't benefit them to now have people get to send them out in the world only to be isolated from everyone else. No, there's 30% of the population that hasn't been. We need them to get to this stuff too. Let's dismiss the 6 feet rule. Let's dismiss all the cleanliness and sanitation and making sure that the sanitizer and the hands are clean. Because they need this stuff now to manifest. They need to manifest the demons now. Let's keep going.
I haven't been able to find anything like this out there in mainstream, but for people that want to know exactly what's in those, this is a really great place to start. So they really did put everything and the kitchen sink in this.
Yeah, well, the audience really, when they get a chance, if they get a chance to download this presentation, really needs to look at the symptoms and what it can induce. They need to look at this slide.
Right. So they put a lot in those. And also, we want to talk about something called toxic load in. And this is something that needs to be taken into consideration. If you're not, you haven't this into your body and you haven't turned your body into a quote unquote factory where you're continuously generating these biosynthetic toxins, you don't have the same load amount as somebody who has taken that, right? So this is an interesting video done by Stu Peters with Dr. Robert Seek, where he talks about the difference in toxic load. And I'm just quoting him here. What we don't know is there's a difference between the load that the body may have from getting the versus just being exposed to it, otherwise known as shedding, right? I don't know that this has been elucidated in the science yet, but my assumption is that those of us that have not received the jab do not have as much load as those of us who did. That's not yet confirmed, but we still have to deal with it. So basically, antibody tests can test to see if your body has created antibodies for the toxin, and can also show the quantity of antibodies that you have. So that might mean the quantity of toxic load that you have, but it may not give a direct response to the toxic load of a person, but it is the best tool available at this time. So we just want people to just think about toxic load. That's all we're trying to bring up here. And also, here's just a quick list of things that did not happen in the volume that they are happening now before the sudden death, excess deaths, heart attacks in children, myocarditis, pericarditis, turbo cancers, Guillain-Barré, Bell's palsy, microclotting, white structures pulled out of the deceased, Bluetooth codes coming from people, Bluetooth codes coming from graves, people collapsing on live TV, athletes collapsing on the field, and surely in the future, there's more to come once more time goes by, things like when everybody realizes they've been sterilized by these. So these are new things that have not happened in the past 20, 30 years of nanotechnology and environmental pollution and people that have not been. So before we go on to the next slide, Sean, do you have any comments about any of that?
Yeah, I do. And the first thing I want to just share is that folks continue to have their careers ended because they were mandated to take this bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. That's what Dr. Judy Mikovits calls it, by the way. We're going to see a tweet from her in just one second. But NFL star forced to stop playing after being diagnosed with pericarditis. This is a excellent wide receiver. His career is now over as a Denver Bronco because the NFL mandated that he take this damn bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. Now, KJ Hamler is done. His career is over. He's been cut. So I think KJ Hamler should sue the hell out of the NFL for making him take a bioweapon, which ended his career. So before that tweet from Judy Mikovits, what do you guys make of that?
Just completely agreement, Sean. And it sounds like his doctor is a good one. He didn't have to collapse on the field before. Fortunately for him, I'm glad that he can just hopefully just retire and not have to go through that. And he should sue the NFL.
I think people should sue. I think people really need to. I mean, we were just talking with Todd Callender, and he's got these like self-help templates that people can use to start just paper flooding different legal services. So I definitely agree with it. I think that people need to fight back and they need to sue as one way of fighting back.
What these organizations have done is beyond negligent.
Yeah. No, it's premeditated mass murder. This is what I keep saying about Albert Bourla. The guy is obviously involved in what could best be described as premeditated mass murder, conspiracy to commit murder. They knew, Pfizer knew. So where are the perp walks? Judy Mikovits says jail time for the FDA as well. These aren't they're bioweapons. Not a single quote unquote on the CDC schedule has been tested. So stop the Tom Wren says, when will Nuremberg 2 begin? And it's a fair question. We have the Pfizer documents, guys, some of which we'll see in this presentation, I would imagine. They knew, Pfizer knew, and people died.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
People died, including people I know, including people in my family and my neighborhood. And everybody that I know knows somebody else that's been affected by this. We're not just going to forget that this happened, and we're not going to let it we're not just act like, it's all over and it'll all just go away. Oh,
and not only that, we know that there's going to be more issues with people realizing en masse that they can't have children. Because this is a double-edged sword. It's not just people who are just passing on. It's the newborns that would have come into this world that can't anymore because of what's happened.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting day when, hordes of people that are still left realize that they're sterilized and they can't have children. And I can't even imagine what the emotional state of the world will be like when millions of people that are still alive realize that they can't have families. It's going to be really hard on the rest of society, So anyway, let's go on. Just one last slide here talking about the differences with the, and we want to just talk a little bit now that you have an understanding of there's things you can do in your environment to mitigate the risks and to, mitigate shedding. And Tavon and I have had to fight this too. We had a lot of people around us that were shedding or transmitting.
That first year was tough.
That first year was really tough. And we know that a lot of people that are not that are still dealing with this, and they're trying their best to keep their immune systems boosted and keep their health up so that they can function and not get sick because of these bioweapons that are spreading all over our environment, right? So we just wanted to talk quickly about how our products and the orgonite research that we've done over the years can affect the nanotech that's inside of and that's inside your body, and also how they affect your body.
So this particular couple, they have a website, and we've shown it before, where they have products. They're stones. I think the stone is called orgonite, but they have different stones, bracelets, necklaces, pendants with these particular stones on them. So you can look into that. But they're basically for like EMF, frequency defense, defense against nanotech and stuff like that, because of these stones actually put a frequency out themselves. They are natural stones found in the earth. So you can look into that. It's on their website, but I haven't used them. I don't know anything about them. But that's what they're going into now, talking about how these products can actually help the body when it comes to this stuff.
So first of all, the nanotech interrupts the signal.
So the nanotech inside your body needs a clear signal from the nanocommunications grid that they're establishing using the 5, 6, and 7G frequencies from the cell towers, from the satellites and the smart surfaces and all this stuff. So this is the communications grid used to track and trace you, and is also to initiate commands to the nanotech to do various things inside of your body. So the orgone field that is generated from our products, it interrupts their signal, and it makes it more difficult for the technology to work on you. Now that is basically from our experience, basically from us working on wearing things to make us feel better, especially me during my experiences.
And we have testimonies
and
from
testimonies
other people
from our customers after running this business for 7 years. So it's more anecdotal, but it's from testimonies. And then we have the negative ions to fight the technology. The technology in your body is supplying positive ions, which drain the life force out of you and weakens your immune system. And you need negative ions to help treat the body electrically and restore balance and strengthen your immune system. So these devices are passively negative ion generators that continuously put out negative ions into the environment and your body to help fight off that toxic nanotechnology. And for the best defense against these attacks, we always recommend a full armored, holistic approach that involves heavy metal detox, a digital detox. Don't surround yourself with technology 24/7 if you can help it. Lifestyle changes, dietary changes, and several forms of EMF protection in your environment, in your home. But our stuff in general does more than just block EMF. They transform the energy fields around those devices into healthy, life-preserving energy.
And I should add, I have a phone shield on my phone right here, guys. You can't see it, but these guys know that's true. I also have sleeping pods right next to my bed there. So it is interesting technology and interesting research. And audience, if you want to learn more, you can watch videos about how this technology works right over there at ftwproject.com. I'll leave a link below.
Excellent. So we're going to go in now to the Pfizer, the hidden Pfizer experiment on 44,000
smoking gun
U.S. military service members and their families, what every American needs to know. So please pay attention to this. We're disclosing this right now on this show. Please tell everybody that you know that this is what was done, and we're showing you all the evidence. So let's give you, I put this into a summary to summarize what actually happened. And everybody wants to know, when did this happen? So it was December 10th, 2020, just before they rolled out all of the Pfizer for all the companies to entire population in America. This is what they did in order to obtain the emergency use authorization needed in order to the entire population with these. They experimented on our military service members, and we have a military family background, so this obviously affects us deeply in our heart.
Someone asked a question real quick I wanted to speak to. Can we trust the products that they have? If you go to their website, they give a full breakdown of all the details. Like I said, I have not looked into it. I can't speak on it. What I can say is that you have, for instance, Faraday bags. You have different technology out there that is for shielding a frequency. So having a rock that's you can go dig out the ground is no different than the Faraday material that they're using. They're using a rock or some type of mineral or material out of the earth to create the Faraday bag that you use, or the EMF shielding that you use. It's coming from someplace, not something that they just created in the laboratory. These are actual rocks and metals that are used as a shield. Okay, so this is research that people have to do. I haven't done the research on that. You would have to do the research to determine, when it comes to using these types of products, Faraday bags and all that. The church, we sell Faraday bags. All right. So do the research, look into it. Other people sell these products. They're not the only people that sell this stuff. EMF shielding, all this stuff. They have people that can come out to your home, put EMF shielding in your house to bring the Wi-Fi frequency down, the 5G frequencies down. All right. So that's as much as I can say about it, because I haven't looked into it to that degree. Okay. But if, hey, maybe brothers and sisters can do a lot of research in it, and they can bring the information and show the information on it, so we can have it, and then we can see it and share with others. All right. So I just wanted to address that real quick, because I saw that in the chat.
About what they did. So there is a full report that I did with Todd Callender linked in the blog post. You can go watch that, because I got most of this information from Todd, because this was the work he was doing with these military service members and suing the DOD. So this is the summary. Experimented on or did a biologicals test weapon for their slave or on 44,000 American military service members and their families. This included women and children. These 44,000 Americans were with the experimental as part of the 3-phase clinical trial that Pfizer then used to get emergency use authorization to give these bioweapons to the rest of the American population.
So there was a hidden experiment on 44,000 U.S. military service members and their families. They then took this hidden experiment to then emergency authorize this so that it could be distributed for those people in America. Right? This is a hidden experiment that they discovered that they because remember, you're in the military. A lot of times they're giving you all type of shots in you actually have a military lawyer, I forget his name at the current moment, but he's dealt with a lot of these cases where people have had the damage from taking and more notably in recent time. Okay, but this is they're just going over this hidden experiment on the U.S. military that was done.
This 4 times worse than Dr. Mengele experiment on American men, women, and children was documented in study C4591001 and a post-market exam that Pfizer tried to hide, and a federal judge ruled it must be released. And what you're looking at here is a screenshot from that clinical phase trial that talks about the 44,000 healthy subjects and C4591001. And this is, by the way, a doctored document that they submitted in order to get that approval. We'll talk more about that in just a second. So the post-market exam that was done from this study that was hidden by Pfizer shows an appendix of 1,291 diseases that are caused by the.
So when they did this experiment, there was a white paper, confidential of course, that showed that this before it was emergency authorized caused almost 1,300 diseases, 1,291 diseases by this. All right. Doesn't mean it didn't cause more than that, but that's just what they, at the time, discovered.
Wow.
And according to military doctors, some of whom are qualified as chemical, biological, and radiological warfare experts, it would have taken years to prepare the tests in order to test for these 1,291 diseases, many of which have never been seen in the US, and most of which have never been seen by these doctors in their entire careers. This is what they did into everyone. It took years to prepare the test for these diseases. So they knew, Pfizer knew, because they planned it and they were testing their weapon. And on the right is a picture of that confidential post-market exam with all the real adverse reaction data in it that Pfizer was trying to hide. And we have linked that below so you can read the entire report with Todd Callender's notes showing exactly where they were lying and exactly where it was fraud.
Todd Callender, he is the military lawyer or attorney. So he's the one that's been working with all of these military damaged victims from a lot of these instances, experimenting and everything else, is these more recent, working with them to find this information out.
And this is part of that that report. These are just 2 pages of the diseases that were in those that
and it just keeps going.
That they did into everyone.
And so then you have to ask yourself, of almost 1,300 diseases, are any of these contagious? Are any of these 1,300 diseases contagious and can be spread to someone else?
Separated by a comma. This is just 2 pages. There's 10 pages like this. I wanted to make sure everybody understood this is what they were testing on 44,000 men, women, and children in our military. So the hidden experiment, after they all of those people with this bioweapon into these test victims, as we call them, they used something called an InTouch e-diary, which is an ePCR device that's hooked up to an app on their cell phones. It measured the cellular changes in their bodies in real time and sent all of their body's data to a data management company in Israel. And on the right is an example of an ePCR solution. ePCR stands for Electronic Patient Care Reports. So you can see these systems and this technology that they're using. And on the bottom right is a website that talks about an e-diary. It's a company that has an e-diary. And on this website, I took a quote from them where they said any internet-connected device, smartphones, tablets, laptops, and desktop computers can be used interchangeably by the patient throughout the course of study, providing further convenience and flexibility. A downloadable app for both iOS and Android devices. So when Todd says that the information in their body was going to a cell phone that was being transmitted to a company in Israel, this is just validating what he had said.
That this information was going from a cell phone to a company in Israel. What did we hear at the beginning of this broadcast? Netanyahu is keeping a database of all his citizens, 98% that took the, as well as gathering genetic data. And now we're hearing and seeing that these people that were in this military experiment, the data was being sent from their cell phones to a data management company in Israel. So it's not just Israel keeping track of their own citizens. They're also being sent data from other people that aren't Israeli citizens. Now, I didn't even, know that. This is something I'm just now seeing, watching this here now with you all now. So again, it's how the Spirit works, connecting the dots real time.
So after they went to that company, this company in Israel then laundered the data, erased all the adverse reactions that the test victims were experiencing, and sent a fake report back to the DOD and FDA to make it look like clinical trials were safe and effective. This laundered fake report is what they used to get the emergency use authorization needed to the rest of the U.S. population with this bioweapon.
How do you guys know they laundered and faked the report? I firmly believe it. It doesn't surprise me one bit because these people are criminals at the highest level. I mean, Mengele level crimes, you're absolutely right. How did you figure this out that they laundered the report?
Well, first, Todd Callender told us that, and then he sent us the documents. So in one document is the fake report, and the other document is the one that Pfizer was trying to hide. And in that report, he shows in his notes that he's got, that I'm uploading to this as well, he shows the exact places where they were omitting all of the negative reactions that people were having. So the real report shows all the deaths and the adverse reactions. And then the fake report says, we didn't receive any data that anybody died, like something like that. And Todd Callender actually went through and highlighted line by line exactly where they were omitting and faking that information. And it is a smoking gun. He actually submitted this as evidence into one of his court cases.
I think it's before.
So this Israeli company laundered the data, erased all of the adverse reactions. So while Benjamin Netanyahu is talking about he's monitoring, his country's monitoring his citizens for Pfizer, this database. So what they're doing is they're hiding this information and forging documents, marking the stuff out. And then faking a report and giving it to the authorizers like the FDA and saying, oh yeah, this is safe to take. Go ahead and have them take this stuff. This is coming out of Israel and some of these other places. But Israel said that they're the Pfizer lab, the hub for Pfizer in this. They're the forerunner in all this. So that they can control what is known is happening here. Little Satan, and the U.S. is the great Satan. Hey, Israel might be. Hey, we are one and the same. They're just a smaller size Satan. They may not be as big, but Satan nonetheless.
Recently, and it was, it didn't work out very well because they basically dismissed the case because they didn't have jurisdiction, which is a ridiculous excuse. But that's what's been happening, these shenanigans in these corrupt court systems. But this is the facts. This is what's been going on.
Yeah.
There's just no words anymore. I'm going to just shut up because I don't have any words. Crimes against humanity is not enough. That's not strong enough language.
The bottom line is every American needs to know that they experimented on people worse than they did in Nazi Germany. And then they lied about the data that they collected in order to get approval, in order to the rest of the population. So this is not just 4 times worse than Mengele. Mengele was like 15,000 documentation of victims during the Mengele experiments in Nazi Germany, right? This is 44,000 just for this study. And then they used it on billions of people all over the planet. I can't even comprehend the size of this human experiment.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to show like the beginning of it so that people can see exactly how they lied. People need to know. People need to know.
Right.
So now they know, right? I hope they know. Please spread this. And the next slide, we're just going to explain the technology that was used during this study.
Okay, so what we're covering here are 2 slides from 2 different researchers, but they're colleagues who worked in the same within the same field, explaining how this technology works. So Hope mentioned that the ePCR device is used to read cellular structure changes in a person's body in real time. They were run on terahertz frequency nano communication networks. That's how you're able to get that kind of information. You need sensors small enough, yet powerful enough to transmit that data remotely. So this technology was communicating with the nanotechnology and graphene plasmatic antennas that are patented and that are put into the bioweapon to monitor what is happening inside your body and to also initiate commands given to your body from an outside source. And so you see the 2 slides. I know we covered this in the previous presentation, But basically, the top one is from the Dr. Achildes, who is deep into this research, presenting his patent that was delayed until the CIA was able to release it in 2017 for his plasmonic graphene antenna, which is a square chip that's nano size that takes EM waves of data from the external environment, let's say the cloud, and it's picked up within the body and takes that energy and turns it into a plasmonic wave, which carries that data. Okay, so that's his patent. And then underneath that is one done by his colleague that's basically talking about the same type of technology and how it can be embedded in the skin, and the data can basically be transmitted and received from the chip onto a smart band or Fitbit, and then taken to, let's say, your cell phone or directly uploaded into the cloud-based database. So this is basically the application of how this answers the how it can be done.
And in the experiment, it's like I was looking into these EPCR companies, trying to like understand how they work and how this equipment works. And they say things like, oh, they'll give you an app on your cell phone, and then they'll give you and then you can go to your cell phone and you can enter in, oh, I have a headache today from the right? And then you click send.
Right.
And that is not how this technology works. That's what they want you to think. You cannot read cellular changes inside of a person's body in real time, which requires the synchronization of all of that networks and satellites in order for the communication to flow in real time, which uses atomic clocks. That's everything we talked about in our last presentation. That doesn't happen unless you're using technology that's reading the nanotech inside of people's bodies and transmitting that data to wherever you want it to go.
So in other words, they're using the cell phone frequency to then read the nanotech in the body and what's going on in the body. And so your cell phone is then sending this information to the cloud, to this powerful engine that Netanyahu described, this database. This information is going real time to the beast to tell the beast what's going on with the person's body. And remember, each comes with a serial number. So if the formula is tinkered with or different from vial to vial, because let's say, okay, they're trying to get the formula right, or they want to test different types of formula, based upon different responses from people, they can now log all this in a database. And just like Netanyahu said, they can then send the algorithms to go basically crunch all the statistics and make it make sense for them to understand exactly what's going on in the body. Right? But they want you to think that there are people inputting this stuff in their phone when there's no way down to the cellular level they could know all the information and what's going on in your cells with someone typing in their phone what's happening to their body. Right? I have a headache. Well, that just tells a person you have a headache. It doesn't tell what's going on with the cells, where, when, and why. So this phone, your phone is now receiving all this data. And now we're starting to see the Internet of Bodies, the Internet of Things coming into play. Right? Let's keep going here.
That is not somebody sitting down and saying, I have a headache today, and clicking send on their cell phone app. This is the technology that they already used on 44,000 military service members. And it's already been in use. And they're using it now, and they're collecting data on all of those people without their knowledge or consent. So let's talk about the data and where it went.
And there he is. There it is. And when I went to get this video, I had already, and tell you how, again, the Holy Spirit works. I already had this video ready to go before I even saw this in this presentation. I already had it ready to go to add to the content for this live stream. So it's the Holy Spirit. I'm telling you, y'all don't understand. When this content comes, there's no way, I can take credit for any of this. It all comes in the spirit. So I'm watching this and I see this devil pop up. And like, wow, I have this video ready to go. And here they are referencing this video with the content they're bringing out. Okay.
Went to Israel, to the state of Israel, through a biodata collection company called ERT. Israel is the cyber powerhouse of the world. It's the real Silicon Valley. It's the control center for all of this data for many Western countries. And it's also the power seat of the beast system, in our opinion, and the synagogue of Satan. So
she said it's the power seat of the beast system and the synagogue of Satan. All right. So listen, there's people out there are waking up. They may not have the doctrine and information that we have, but understand these people have information and knowledge we don't have. Right? Who before tonight knew every single little thing that these people are bringing out? Right? Just like we have information maybe we could share with them doctrinally about stuff biblically that they may not know. But notice that they're not too far off. We're very similarly close in understanding biblical things, current event news type of things. So we had to learn to give more credit where credit's due for people who are trying and seeking truth and trying to get this thing right, and not looking at, well, they don't have the name. They're calling on the name of Satan. Now, we got to be careful with that, family.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admits that they are the testing lab for Pfizer and in creating a genetic database, that Israel is creating a genetic database from people's medical records. So we've linked all that information in there. Depending upon your stand on Israel, we're just telling you this is what goes on in the technology of that particular part of the world. And as part of this disclosure, so this is what Todd Callender had sent to me. He was suing the DOD, and he had all these military service members. He had like 210,000 of them that he was representing in his class action lawsuit.
Major class action suit.
Regarding the mandatory in the military. And so while he was working on this case, he disclosed his findings of another case called Molecular Pathology versus Myriad Genetics, which was a 2013 Supreme Court case. And what this case did was that it pointed to the gene modification plan that the Department of Defense had crafted to make super soldiers. And so he disclosed this in front of this network of military servicemen, many of which were still active. But just by mentioning this, it caused a whole bunch of whistleblowers in the military to come forward, sharing all their knowledge about the super soldier programs that are going on today in the Department of Defense. And he sent me all of these documentations. These are their disclosures, and he sent them in PDF form. Things like DARPA hydrogel used as a 5G triggered bioweapon, DARPA military behind new business, adept vignette, DARPA injectable brain control technology, DARPA and the Brain Initiative. So all of these documentations and disclosures are part of what came out of this giant experiment and what Todd was trying to do to help these people. And I've posted all of them on the blog link attached to this presentation so people can look through them on their own.
So check it out. Through this experiment with the military, what came out of this was more confirmation that the same super soldier serum solution program, a lot of the same ingredients that they are used in this program were in the. This is why we had the live stream. Super soldiers. We talked about the super soldier. I forget exactly the title, but maybe turning people into super soldiers. Because on one hand, yeah, you're looking to change the body to receive the mark for those that are strong enough to endure the toxin, the poison, and then you have those that are not fit will be weaned out through disease and death. So connecting the dots between the DARPA Super Soldier program, the ingredients that they're using in that, and the
Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. Just a quick word about our sponsor. There's no guarantee.
Happened recently with the progression of what led to the C-19 episode. We're going to go back to bring up forward other whistleblowers talking about nanotech and mind control.
Here it goes again. Mind control and nanotech. A doctor, Harvard University, okay, exposing and bringing this out through the nanotech, looking to control the mind. Remember, the professor came out and said that the brain is the last battlefield.
Because now, in comparison, this stuff that we're about to talk about is more dated. But what it's putting into perspective is that all the previous projects that came before included the targeted individual program. Now you start to see their purpose, because now hindsight is 2020. We're looking back and seeing what was going on then and what's happening now. So again, this is a DARPA insider. His name is Dr. Robert Duncan. He is a Harvard University trained scientist and engineer who worked on black projects for DARPA, the CIA, and the Justice Department, Department of Defense. And he was involved in artificial intelligence and cybernetics. Now, as an MIT student, he studied under Noam Chomsky on linguistics and studied AI, the AI language. During his career, he became aware of the military's experimentation on targeting U.S. civilian populations and soon realized he was part of creating a dangerous weapon used for dark projects. And he did a presentation a few years ago called "We're on the Verge of a Cataclysmic Discovery" in 2017, where he described the many ways of mind control that had been achieved through technology that he was developing. This is before the disclosure of graphene oxide or the right? So he speaks of magnetically activated nanoparticles used for brain sensing and control, and that all aspects of cognition can be controlled and interrogated, and the thoughts can be mapped out. And the nanoparticles are activated under certain magnetic frequencies that will alter the brain patterns and pathways. And there's some examples of this being applied, including putting a scaffolding of magnetically activated nanoparticles over the brain. So you see a mesh on the right, like an implant of some kind. He also claims that the voice of God, this also ties into the voice of God weapons technology that we've talked about.
It also ties into the voice of God weapon technology. Now, I want to show you all something here. I'm going to bring up a book that we've talked about in the past. But remember, we talked about the God gene and how the Pentagon and DARPA were looking to find a way to disconnect the God gene or to disable the God gene for people that were religious through the okay. So you disconnect or disable the God gene in a person's brain, which the God gene is in the brain. They said they found it in the brain, and now you can insert the voice of God weapon technology to where now the people will hear a new voice thinking it's God when it's the beast talking to them. And now you have your mind control. Now, how many of you all remember when we went into this document here? Project Bluebeam, remember, it's a lie. Project Bluebeam, remember, it's a lie, where you have Serge Monast, who was a Canadian investigative journalist that really came into prominence during the 80s when he came up with this, this insight that there was going to be a holographic alien invasion at some point in the future, a fake alien invasion that they would stage on mankind, where mankind would see God or Jesus or whatever deity you worship in a holographic image. But it would not be a real alien invasion. It would be holographic. we went in this document for those that don't remember. Well, one thing that he spoke about, and whenever you do a search here, and you talk about ELF. ELF is electromagnetic low frequencies. He talked about ELF. And he said at this time, whenever they would use this holographic technology, which he said they've had since the 70s. He said they had this holographic technology since the 70s, that they would use these frequencies at the end to control people's brains. Let's read a little bit of these inserts here. It says, computers will coordinate the satellite and software will run the show and tell. Holography is based on very nearly identical signal combining to produce an image or hologram with deep perception, which is equally applicable to ELF, VLF, and LF waves. It is an optical phenomenon. So with the holographs comes frequencies. They're using frequencies to produce the hologram. Specifically, the show will consist of laser projection of multiple holographic images to different parts of the world, each receiving a different according to predominating regional, national, religious faith. Not a single area will be excluded. With computer animation and sound effects appearing to come from the depths of space, astonished followers of the various creeds will witness their own returned Messiah in spectacularly convincing lifelike realness. Then the projection of the Christ, of Muhammad, Buddha, Krishna, etc. will merge into one after explanation of the mysteries, prophecies, and revelation will have been disclosed. Right? So then let's keep going here. He says, now these techniques push us toward the third step of the NASA Blue Beam. Remember, we talked about the NASA Bots, Borgs, and Humans. Welcome you to 2025 Future Warfare white papers here. Will reach the people of the Earth. NASA Blue Beam project that goes along with this telepathic electronic two-way communications where ELF, VLF, and LF waves will reach the people of the earth by the inside of their brain. There goes your mind control, your nanotech mind control, making each one to believe that his own God is talking to each one from within his soul. Voice of God weapon technology. Voice of God weapon technology. Such waves from satellite are fed from the memory of computers, which store a lot of data about the human being and the languages. The waves will then interlace and interweave with the natural thinking to form what we call artificial talk. Now that kind of technology goes into the 70s, 80s, and 90s research where the human brain has been compared to a computer. Remember, the lecturer told us at the beginning the human brain is the final battlefield. Information is fed in, processed, integrated, and our response is then formulated and acted upon. Mind controllers manipulate information in the same manner as a computer for a grammar manipulates information. So this was 1991 when he gave this interview, but he had originally came up with these understandings in the 80s. Let's keep going here, because there's more. Check this out. What does this sound like? It says, now Now, what does that paper mean and state? He's going into a NATO advanced research workshop on current and emergent phenomenon in biomolecular systems in 1991. It states that the United States has communication equipment which can make the blind see, the deaf hear, and lame walk. What does that sound like to you all? Revelations 13, the beast that brings forth the mark will do miracles, right? The people being deceived from those miracles. Let me find it here. Verse 14, Revelation 13:14, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. So the beast, which we know this beast is talking about the U.S., has the power, the technology back then to make the blind see, the deaf hear, and the lame walk. And now when we fast forward to the technology we're seeing now with Neuralink, where Neuralink now is claiming that through the Neuralink, they have the technology to make the blind see, the deaf hear, the lame walk, those that have lost their cognitive function. Through the Neuralink, now you're going to get that back. So now we can understand they're prepping the body, right, through the metals, the graphene oxide, the hydrogel, right, the GMO smart hydrogel, the self-assembling nanotech in the body is a frequency and antenna to receive and transmit information and to track and to database and to give you certain level of power to now receive the mark, to be able to receive the mark so that you can now be given superpowers. Now we're seeing the super soldier program come in, but that DARPA has been finding the same ingredients in the that are in the DARPA super soldier program. It can relieve the terminally ill of all pain without the use of any drugs. And I'm not talking about science fiction over here. A man might retain the use of all his faculties up until the day of his death. This is the stuff that Serge Manas was speaking about in the 80s and 90s. People were calling him crazy. That he said that they would be using this stuff in conjunction with the fake alien invasion. And then all this year, what have we been seeing? Nothing but aliens, aliens, aliens. Even to the point where Dave Chappelle now is talking about it in his comedy show, right? I know he used the term space Jew and all that, but they've been bombarding us with this alien talk. It says here, the device employs electromagnetic radiation of jiggers, frequency pulse at extremely low frequency, ELF. It is used to torture people both physically and mentally from a distance. So they can even use this as a weapon on people. And here you have another woman, British woman, who was protesting American cruise missiles at Greenham Common Air Base during the 70s, claims that this technology was used on her the same way Karen Kingston claimed that she was hit with an aerosolized nanotech weapon. This weapon can be used to induce total sensory deprivation by broadcasting signals into the auditory nerves at such a power that it blocks the victim's ability to hear themselves think, because all you're going to receive is the voice of God. You're not going to be able to hear yourself think. So there's so much in this document, and I implore everyone to look into Serge Manas and Project Bluebeam. And as crazy as it sounds, or at least it sounded back then, it doesn't sound so crazy now, because he spoke about more things than just a fake alien invasion. He talked about all this mind control and how they would use frequency and how they had the technology back then to do it. He also spoke about how at the end, during this time, they will have demoralized society to a place where, you know, total debauchery going on in culture. We look at our culture right now, what's happening. He also talked about how they were basically doing this to now prepare people to take on the total ways of Satan. And where do we see this spoken of? We read it earlier. The Third World War letter, Three World War letter of Albert Pike, where he talks about at this point, during this time of this Third World War, they will have demoralized society to a place to where people will be ready to embrace the full pure doctrine of Lucifer, destroying Christianity and atheism at the same time. So Serge Manasse goes into more further detail of the overview of Albert Pike's letter. And somebody may ask, well, you know, how do we know what he was saying was true? And, you know, how did he get his information and this, that, and the third? He was an investigative journalist. So he was investigating the same way we're investigating and coming across this information. He happened to come across this information. So while as crazy as it may sound, crazier back then than now, we're seeing it all happening and playing out right before our eyes. Only thing that you can say that he said he predicted, which really wasn't his prediction, it was information he came across that said this information is the reason why I'm making these claims. I came across their papers, them talking about all this stuff. So it wasn't him making a prediction or a proclamation. It was just him explaining what he came across, what he researched and found. The only thing that hasn't happened is the fake alien invasion. And from where we're at, we're not too far away from something like that potentially happen with how they're bombarding us with all this space and alien talk of recent as we get closer to 2025. Right? We have almost a year, you know, run up until 2025. So I wanted to bring that out because it was mind-blowing to me. It drew me back to all these different things once watching this presentation here, how it's all connecting and coming together. Okay, so picking back up, nanotech mind control, DARPA insider, remember, super soldier program. It's in the developing the voice of God weapon technology.
In the past.
So, and he was the one that was working on that technology, or V2K, and which is part of the targeted individual and electronic harassment program that's been run on many, many people over the last couple of decades, including us. So that's why we just wanted to highlight what's going on. So this is the targeted individual program, which we feel is the testing ground for what they plan to do to the world population through the Great Reset. To define it, the targeted individual program is a domestic torture program aimed at unsuspecting citizens, predominantly in the Five Eyes countries. This program is covert and has been operating and targeting humans for decades. The weapons used on targeted individuals are what they call quiet weapons for silent wars. And there's about between 3 to 10 million people that have reported to have been on the receiving end of this technology. And this is all before, okay? Electronic harassment is the use of electromagnetic devices to harass or kill another human being. These devices are known as soft kill weapons. We wrote all about this in our book, Forbidden Tech, in 2017, and we just did a screenshot of some of the chapters here. We talked about electronic harassment and V2K and targeted individuals and V2K patents and antennas and everything that we put in our book at that time. It's because we had been going through this ourselves, predominantly Tavon, and there's a testimony that he put out there where he tells his story about how he was targeted. So what we're trying to do now is help others that are going through this. And just to say, before I put in a slide later on, right now, everybody, a lot of the truth tellers that are working to tell you what they're putting in the, to tell you what they're doing, big names that you know of, they are actually being targeted right now. And it's like the first time for them. You know, some of them have talked about being targeted with electronic weapons and microwave weapons. Others have not talked about it, but we know because they've contacted us. So what we are doing is we are going to be working with Todd Callender in the future to do like a solutions show to try to like help those people. And we really are doing everything that we can to help people, because the whole reason why we started our own business is because of this targeting, because we were so sensitive to electromagnetic frequencies. And this is one of the things, one of many things that really, really helped us. So let's talk about.
Check this out. Check this out, family. Targeted individual program testing. Ground for what they plan to do to the world population through the Great Reset. So here you have an example. Dana Plesson, Oregon, has her tells you all what you need to know about what's going on in her body with the implants through the nanotech. Activist, troublemaker, whistleblower. So they know who she is. And what do they want to do? Well, they go through here and they go to torture. So through the nanotech, they can now target this particular person for being a troublemaker or a dissident or a threat to their society, and they can induce different, different effects. You have terminate, harass, control, confine. Terminate meaning kill, but in this case, torture. So now she's going through torture, and it's activated, and it's causing fear, nausea. And she said that this is happening to many people right now that are coming out, exposing what's going on with all this agenda. Now, pay attention and stay tuned for what gets brought out here and what's asked by the interviewer of this presentation. Something key here.
Show to try to like help those people, and we really are doing everything that we can to help people, because the whole reason why we started our own business is because of this targeting, because we were so sensitive to electromagnetic frequencies. And this is one of the things, one of many things that really, really helped us. So let's talk about what frequencies are used to target humans, because this is why you should care if you're being tracked and traced by this kill grid system that they're setting up.
So we have Barry Trower. He's an ex-MI5 agent who also served in the Royal Navy as a specialist in microwave technology during the Cold War. And he gives an account of the covert technology.
And where have we heard microwave weaponry recently? We talked about the DO in Maui, the microwave weapons used there to incinerate vehicles, liquefy glass. So here it is now. These same microwave frequencies can be used to target people, right? The same 5G towers, which is a 60 gigahertz frequency. When you have those riot control vehicles roll out, they're using the same frequency of a 5G tower to disperse crowds for crowd control. So could we say that the 5G towers could be used in the same targeting of individuals on a level of hurting them, more than just radiation, but, target more specific health effect targets, right? Satellite weaponry, microwave frequencies.
Microwave weapons were introduced in the 1950s, and they're so effective as a stealth weapon They've been used many times as it's been reported. You can beam people you don't like as a government and give them cancer, breast cancers, neurological illnesses, and you can choose what they want them to get by choosing which pulse frequency that affects the brain. You can choose what level of microwave radiation and speed at which you want them to get ill. He mentioned, we have over 8,300 papers, and he has knowledge of over 2,000 himself. And that the government's found is that what they found is that you can induce illness by changing the pulse frequency. You can use very low frequency pulses, like 6.6 pulses, to induce severe sexual aggression in men. You can target parts of people's bodies. You can also target the heart and cause heart seizures. You can target the lungs and cause bleeding. You can target, if you're clever enough, some essential glands in the body that control all of the whole organ systems. One specific paper of the government that lists all of the illnesses you can get from microwave sicknesses, including severe neurological disorders. So, I mean, I think what we're asking also as an audience, if you're going to, you probably have some people you follow as far as research scientists, just be very aware about their health condition if they're giving a presentation, see how they progress for the next couple of years. They also have government documents that actually say that this needs to be kept secret from Western governments because it will affect the efficiency of the military, the weapons industry, and it also affect industrial profits.
Is it safe to say that you guys have come to the conclusion after all of your research that 5G is a component of this larger bioweapons program?
Absolutely.
Yes,
it's a weapon.
We feel that because what we're talking about is 25 years, Sean. That is a single generation, and what it feels like to us is whoever were working on this before, and they pretty much either died or left the industry. They're handing the baton on to a new group of people with upgraded technology. That's what we're looking at here. It's a continuation. It's a handing off. And we're trying to bring this awareness out to break this, seems to be intergenerational continuation of trying to destroy humanity.
Well, in 2017, over 100,000 new scientists started putting out IEEE papers that are working on this technology, including this guy that is on the screen right here. We'll talk about in a second. But it's like they were all waiting in the wings, and this is a new field of technology and science, and there's hundreds of thousands of researchers
like this
that
person
are working on this technology and building it with huge budgets that are given to them by governments and globalists in order to make sure that this technology goes forward. So we're just doing everything that we can to try to sound the alarms and educate people about what this technology is and how it works so that you'll know how you can best protect yourself.
Yeah.
And Tavon, is it also true that 6G, 7G, completely unregulated? So now we're moving into an age of frequencies that are so off the charts that God only knows what nefarious things they could be used for, and it's completely 100% unregulated.
It's unregulated, and it appears to have been unregulated ever since those scientists they did a giant they put their signatures in the UN. All of these thousands of scientists talking about the harmful effects of EMF radiation. Trying to tell the governments not to do this, not to proceed with this technology, that it hasn't been, it was declared a human, a toxic, a carcinogen.
Yes.
Before that, it was considered carcinogen, and then it's just ignored, and then after everything just went fast forward, and now there's no regulation on EMF radiation at all. No regulation. You might get a little badge or something on a cell tower, but there's no enforcement. Now, on the other side of this, a lot of these towers aren't insured. So, this just putting it out there.
It's a shame to see all of them just suddenly get taken down and in weird ways by people in society. Not that we're advocating for that.
It's just 6G, 7G, like you said, Sean. No, they're not. It is the Wild West all over again. You can do whatever you want. If you can secure a contract, it's seemingly nothing is going to stop you as far as the principality, the governments. Yeah.
So basically, this 5G, 6G, and 7G technology is totally unregulated. So they can do whatever they want to do with it, and there's nobody there to hold them accountable. There's no regulation of it. The scientists have turned information in that created this. said that it's carcinogenic. Don't go forward with this type of stuff, and the government still did it. They ignored the warnings and are putting it forward anyway.
Yeah. So
Principality, that's the right word. We
That's
wrestle
true.
not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, the powers of the darkness of this world.
well, it's a seduction. I mean, you know, if you have the know-how and you're promised being showered with money to work on this thing, how many people in their current mental state or spiritual state are going to say no to that? And this is what we're fighting. This is what I like to have someone like this doctor here say, look, man, you understand that the graphene oxide chips you want in people is inherently toxic. You know that, right? And surely you know that. You're a doctor. I'm not a doctor. You're a doctor. But we researched this and we know that's a toxin. They've known this for 160 years.
Yeah.
So what are you
It's
doing?
a known poison.
So what are
They're
you doing?
putting it in people's bodies.
You know?
And also Satan is the prince of the power of the air, the things that you cannot see. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, because we don't want to be caught unawares. We are aware of Satan's devices so that we know how to fight against them. So that's why we're trying to just educate everybody as much as we can. Now, this slide, so this is Giuseppe Jornet. We talked about him in our last presentation with you. He was the partner of Alcides, right? So we learned from Giuseppe Jornet's presentation to the UN that terahertz frequencies have the unique ability to interact with molecules in the body. This is how they can target an individual. Giuseppe shows a chart, which is over here on the right, that says that they have figured out at exactly what terahertz frequency specific molecules or materials can get excited or where the frequency is absorbed.
Right. So what you're looking at on the right, Sean, are the different bands that will basically block terahertz frequencies in the atmosphere. Okay. So in a way, if you look at this is like a fingerprint of the Earth's atmosphere, and that certain frequencies will be blocked by terahertz will be blocked. So data won't get to the ground from satellite. Now, to a person that's on receiving end of energy weapons or energy frequency-based technology that governments have been covertly using on citizens, when I look at this, this chart reads in a whole different way, because the chart can show exactly what terahertz frequencies you need to beam at a person to a target to different parts of their bodies. The first peak could be the frequency to target the heart, for example, to induce a heart attack. The second peak can be the skin, or the third peak could be the frequency to penetrate the brain. The point is, with this technology, you can send out a bunch of frequencies at a target and get a readout similar to what you see in this graph. And that gives you all you need to know about that individual and what you can do to manipulate that individual. That's why we put this in the presentation.
Because what he said was, these are the frequencies that you have to exhibit in order to excite the molecules, penetrate molecules and excite them. So
all right, so now we're going to talk about smart dust. And again, what you see on the left is out of our book, is from the Hitachi advertisement for their Mu chip.
So we talked about the smart dust in the NASA document, and here it is. They're talking about it also. And this smart dust is under the classification of a RFID chip. So the smart dust is RFID, RFID sensor.
And on the right is basically you're looking at, again, a progression of technology from 2003 to 2021, I suppose, the smart dust to the body. So the smart dust being a microchip dust chips, microchip dust size chips that relay certain radio frequency identification information. And these chips are used as sensors for collecting data from the environment. So you can spray them in the ocean or in the clouds and get a 3D representation of the environment. And again, back in 2003, it was 0.4 millimeters, really, really small speck on the finger. That's what was in the book. And then we find out, 4 years later, since the book was published, they have things that are much, much smaller now that have the exact same level of performance and also operate in a terahertz range.
And this is Dr. David Nixon. This is a vial underneath the microscope showing the microchips that were found in the. So speaking of smart dust, because again, in our last presentation, we talked about smart dust as being like these little tiny sensors, these smart intelligent surfaces. It's all part of the bio-nano network of things and the nano network of things and the network of space things, which are all fields of study that those two professors we presented were doing patents, writing patents on. So this is that technology. So smart dust is used as sensors, but they're also using it to targeted individuals. So recently, my mother, Val Robitaille, who's been on your show, Sean, she did an interview with someone who had contacted us named Quinn Wright, who is a targeted individual, and he shared his story. And in this interview, he gave his testimony of being a victim of the targeted individual program, and he documented with video energy weapons that were used on him, smart dust that was used on him, blue street lights, and gang stalking targeting him. He has like hours and hours of video in this interview that he showed. But I want to bring out a quote here because this made us really, really happy. We sent him some of our products he had ordered from us, and we sent our products to him.
At the time, we didn't know.
We didn't know that he was being targeted. He just ordered from us, but he had a.
So this brother right here is someone who's blowing the whistle, exposing different things, feels he's a targeted individual with this technology. He reached out to them to get one of their stones to help him when it comes to the frequency, to shield himself from the frequency. So that's what they're going into and talking about right now.
A really amazing testimony, and he says that one of the things that they would do to him is they would target his heart with these microwaves. He said, I knew this because I have a frequency detector that I would have turned on while I slept. I would wake up in pain around my heart in the middle of the night, and the frequency detector would be beeping like crazy. So I knew there was some type of foreign frequency that was coming in and attacking my heart. So I ordered Orgonite from your family after seeing Tavon's testimony on YouTube. And one of the first things I used was a sleeping pod. I put it in my shirt pocket to protect my heart. And ever since using it, all of my heart palpitations and pain that I was having went away. And it's been a month and a half since I started using it. I actually call this a heart pod instead of a sleeping pod because I use it to protect my heart. When we heard this part of his story, it was amazing. We were jumping up and down. We were really excited. And I was sharing this with other people who have been targeted as well. If you're listening to this and you've been targeted because they go after your heart, this can be really, really helpful for a lot of people. He goes on to say in his testimony, as a targeted individual, you don't have anything to lose, so it's worth trying new things. He said he also ordered our pyramids, and even though they were more pricey than the smaller, cheaper made pyramid that he bought on eBay, he says, I have to tell you that the quality means everything. You pay for what you get. These pyramids made a huge difference. I used to get what I call flash attacks during the day. They were keeping me feeling sluggish, and I was feeling hopeless because the pyramids from your family, ever since putting them around him, the flash attacks totally stopped, and this saved me at my lowest point. So I can testify that this really made a difference, and the quality really matters. And this is what I was just saying earlier, that there's a lot of people that are in this truth movement, big names, people that everybody knows that are on shows, and they're trying to disclose this information. They're talking about the other censored information. And right now, these people are getting targeted by these electronic weapons. They're being poisoned, targeted, and some of them have come forward with it and talked about it, and others are not talking about it. So we're basically doing the best that we can to help them, because we really are in a fight, and there's a price to pay for putting this information out there. So we're going to be doing some more work in the future with Todd Callender on the Vax Choice Network to be able to try to just show solutions and different things that you can do to help when you're being targeted by these energy weapons, which is not just targeted individuals. It's basically everybody.
It's everybody
now.
At this point.
It's everybody now. So be aware that this is the kind of stuff that they've been using on people. And if you feel things and you're experiencing things, this might be what's going on.
Hope, not to put you on the spot, but could you name a name or two of some of these people have come public? Because I do know of a couple of examples. One in particular, I believe, was at a Clay Clark event where all sorts of folks got radiation sickness, is what they believed happened. They believe they all got baked by some weapon at one of these events. I haven't heard specifically of anybody in the truth community that I know coming forward about being a targeted individual. Who maybe provide us an example of somebody that you know who's gone public?
So what name do you think she's fixing to give him? Because he's asking, can you name anybody who's coming forward exposing stuff, who's been targeted? What name, family, do you think that she's fixing to mention? Take a guess at the name. Let's hear.
The people that have come public, Karen Kingston.
Karen Kingston. And again, how the Holy Spirit works, family. I had already watched this video and had it ready for something I wanted to present for this evening's broadcast, and I hadn't even watched this one yet. I came across this one sometime later, and I didn't even know. But when I listened to this video, and they were talking about targeted individuals, and then brought up the main video that I was going to show with Karen Kingston, that's how the confirmation comes when it comes to the information that's brought out. And sometimes it's stuff that I hear real time with you all that I didn't even know was in the information when it comes out. But Karen Kingston is a person who she's speaking about that's somebody she knows or was well known that came out that feels like they're targeted by this tech. Who else?
Has been targeted, and she's come public and done a couple of interviews about that. So we're trying to get in touch with her so that we can help her in any way that we can, to give her, any kind of advice, or maybe get some of our products in her hands to help her. And also, I remember a while back, Sherry Tenpenny.
Sherry Tenpenny. Any of you all familiar with her? She's one of the doctors that's been speaking out a lot about the and exposing a lot of things with this agenda. She now is MIA and is said to be sick. She said that she feels that she went to a speaking engagement and got sick afterwards and feels like she's been targeted and attacked with this tech. So some of you may know who Dr. Tenpenny is, but she's another one.
Spoke publicly about going to a convention. She didn't say which one it was. It might have been the same Clay Clark convention you're talking about, but she said that they were all like poisoned at this convention, and she thought it might have been through the air ducts, but she's open to the understanding of it being EMF and microwave. So those are the two that I can mention that I've heard publicly state these things.
And she's saying it could have been through the air ducts. Of course, we've heard about the aerosolized nanotech that can be used. Now we're learning about the microwave frequency that can be used to target and attack the body. You also have Dr. Buttar. I don't know if any of you all are familiar with Dr. Buttar. He went to a speaking engagement, got sick afterwards. Then not too long after that, he was invited on CNN to speak. They gave him some water. He said he drank the water, and 30 minutes later, he felt sick. After that, he lost a lot of weight, was real sick. And of course, for those that know, he passed away not too long after that. Okay. So we're seeing some of these people, these whistleblowers, doctors, people that are coming out exposing this, people that are coming out, and putting their life on the line to share this information are ending up sick and or dead. I want to show you all this real quick. We have another case. Professor Dr. Aaron Buckhart another person.
I think I can show you a lot of the manifestations in the organs and tissues of the organism that you have been discussing in the previous presentations about functional alterations due to the. We could show it in almost all organs, more or less explicitly. And here you see a case where we show the testes, and you can see that in this 28-year-old man who had a healthy son and who died 140 days after, the is strongly expressed in the spermatogenic organ in the testis, and you can see there are almost no spermatocytes in here, but it's strongly expression of in the spermatogonic tissue. So if I may make a personal comment, this is not a scientific comment. If I were a woman in fertile age, I would not plan a motherhood from a man who has been. I think these pictures are very disturbing for me. So I think I can close here. I could show you more cases. I have a collection, as I said, of 100 cases now, and it's very hard to select what I want to show you, but I think I have been able to show you that there are very disturbing, very alarming findings that we have in the autopsy and also in the biopsy cases. And I think this is a reason to stop this at once.
So he was showing in the blood actual the testicles, examining the sperm and the blood in the testicles, and that there was stuff missing. The red blood cells sticking together. Also, this particular person had a newborn son that died after 140 days. And so he said he is suggesting any woman who is of childbearing age that's healthy should not be looking to have a child with a man that's been. Well, no sooner than he gave this lecture.
Recently, after an extensive search by helicopter, his body was found in this lake. Until now, we don't know what caused this tragedy. His death is a great loss to all of us, and we are immensely grateful for all the beautiful things he has done. We will miss this wonderful person, and we will carry his memory in our hearts.
So no sooner than this doctor came out and spoke about what's going on with this and that women should not be looking to have children by men, he winds up missing, later to be found dead in a lake, and nobody knows what happened. All right, so hey, who knows? But we're starting to see people who appear to be coming under attack, targeted individuals, right? Now, what I want to deal with next is luciferase. And then we're going to get into some information on what can we do now to deal with this warfare? What are things we can do on the health side to combat this warfare? For time, I'm not going to be able to show this one, but I will
particles in human bodies is extremely
I will leave this video for you all to watch on your own when I provide the links later. Luciferase coated nanoparticles in bioimaging. I am going to show this video here. Luciferase. What is luciferase? What does the NIH have? Luciferase-based biosensors in the era of the on the NIH website. Here we have another doctor, Dr. Carrie Madej. She's the one who said that she discovered the Hydra parasite in the vial, in the solution. She also feels she was a targeted victim, as her private plane was flying and all of a sudden stalled in the sky. Her plane crashed. She had sustained very life-threatening injuries, but managed to make it through the injuries and has recovered. And she's another doctor who is very oftentimes, you'll see her with Dr. Tenpenny and speaking on a lot of this stuff. But here it is. Here is her speaking about luciferase.
But it goes into your skin, and the little tiny microneedles will be. So what's in a microneedle? It'll be either the DNA or the. Number 2, it'll be something called luciferase. Now this is very important to know. They patented an enzyme called luciferase, okay? So this is called luciferase, they claim, because it gives a bioluminescence, a light, okay? And it's not something you can see or feel, but if you have a special device like a smartphone app with a special application, you can scan over it and it will light up.
So they said they call it luciferase because it lights up. And when studying Albert Pike's writings, and that he referred to Lucifer as the light bearer, he also referred to the agents of the Illuminati, which Illuminati means the illuminated one. So it would only make sense to show you that these people worship Satan. That this illuminated technology, that they would name it Lucifer ACE. Now, anytime you see ASC at the end of something, it's an enzyme. We're going to talk about that here in a moment, okay? But just giving some backdrop here to the illumination that comes with the luciferase.
It'll show a pattern, a digital code, a barcode, a tattoo. We're going to be branded. Each person will have their own ID. You know, this reminds me of World War II. You know, it's something to think about, being branded like a product in the store. So that will be in there, and that will hold proof that you're being. They want to make sure that you're scanned and that you've gotten the. So we'll be branded. What could that be used for? Well, there's lots of technologies out there, but it's something that we need to be concerned about. So there's 2 things. We have a brand new experimental DNA or could potentially alter our genome. And number 2, we're going to be tattooed or branded with an ID. And then number 3, this is all in a hydrogel. So hydrogel is a technology that was invented by DARPA, Department of Advanced Research Project Agency. Now this is a small part.
The Super Soldier Program, hydrogel, in the DARPA, out of the DARPA labs, out of the Pentagon, the center of the pentagram, the 5-pointed star, or the head of the Baphomet.
Part of the Pentagon or the Department of Defense. Look up on YouTube, hydrogel, the company Profusa, and DARPA, and you'll see some clips of some of the technology of this. So this is a special technology because it goes under the skin, the body doesn't reject it, and it has nanotechnology, which are microscopic robotic organisms. So these the
parasites, the biosynthetic parasite.
Microscopic organisms that are robotic will be in your body.
Most people don't want to know what's in the.
But yet when we open it almost 2 years into this, we find that it still says intentionally blank.
In fact, nobody wants to know what's in the because, look, if people understood what was in the they'd go apeshit.
And you see, the difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take genetic editing, just as an example, it's you who are changed. And of course, this has a big impact on your identity.
I mean, it accelerates the process of digitalization and automatization, and it makes surveillance go under your skin.
This is Richard Werner, the top academic scholar in the world on central banking.
The nature of this CBDC, what is it actually going to look like? They never talk about that. Right. But I heard one European central banker tell me what it's going to look like. He saw it. And it was around this large and would be implanted under your skin.
You probably notice there's 5G towers everywhere. We'll call it the pentagram towers because 5 is penta, penta is gram. Mm-hmm. Now, everybody needs to look this up on your computer today. Look it up on your computer. Everybody type in MIT quantum dot. MIT quantum dot. So MIT developed a technology that allows you to store your medical records below your skin. What? It's called the quantum dot. MIT also developed, if we type in MIT CBDCs, they developed this thing called the Hamilton Project, or the CBDC. So the same lab that made the quantum dot is also making the central bank digital currencies. And guess what the secret code name of their currency technology that they're rolling out is called? The CBD technology. It's called Quant. The name of the currency is called the Quant. And guess what the name of the supercomputer is that powers CERN? You know, CERN that has the 666 logo. CERN, the world's largest computer, which is located on top of the former temple of Apollo. CERN. Guess what the name of the supercomputer is that powers CERN? It's called the quantum computer.
Quantum dot. You know, Marvel is even speaking about the quantum realm with Ant-Man in their cinematic universe right now. Right? So one thing that came to my mind when I was watching the lesson the elders did, Elder Ricard and Elder Lawyer, Christ in the Race War, is the elders brought out Luciferase. And it was something that they brought out in this that really jumped out at me from what we had talked about last broadcast. It says here, Luciferase is a generic term for the class of oxidative enzymes that produce bioluminescence. Now, one thing that stood out was this word enzyme. Enzymes are proteins that act as biological catalysts by accelerating chemical reactions. And then if you continue to read down here, check it out. It's breaking down this word luciferase, luciferin, for the substrate and enzyme respectively. Both words are derived from the Latin word Lucifer, meaning light bearer. Right? Paul told us in 1 Corinthians that Satan appeareth as an angel of light. Why would they name this enzyme after Lucifer? Why not after Christ, who also is in the scriptures referred to as light, which is in turn derived from the Latin word for light, lux, and to bring or carry. Luciferases are widely used in biotech, goes to biotechnology for bioluminescence, imaging, microscopy, and as reporter genes for many of the same applications as fluorescent proteins. Unlike fluorescent proteins, luciferases do not require an external light source, but do require addition of luciferin, the consumable substrate. So a enzyme that's lighting something up that doesn't need a light source, similar to like a lightning bug. All right. So this is something that they're looking or doing now, and it's been associated with the, when you come over here to the Science Direct, another link the elders showed on luciferase, it says here fusion protein. Remember earlier, I told you all to remember the HIV protein. And then we also have the, so we're seeing a lot of these things coming in a form of a protein or an enzyme. So this is very key in understanding now how to withstand Lucifer's army, right? The Shedim, and this invasion that's happening right now on mankind. That's the key part in understanding all this. So now I want to go into some of these things that are going to be extremely beneficial, not just for those who are, those who may have been shedded on, who maybe have these symptoms that are said to exist, but also for those who are looking to strengthen their immune system to keep the load, the toxic load down in their bodies so this stuff doesn't build up. What can we do from a health perspective? We talked about this last week, or last broadcast. Matthew 17:20 reads, "And YASHAYA said unto them, because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if you have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Howbeit, this kind goeth not out, but by prayer and fasting." So we see two components here, but understanding we're seeing a spiritual part of healing happening. First, the faith part, knowing that through our faith, we have the ability now to overcome all of what we've seen tonight and before now, as far as the high intensity war that's on our temples, that's on our society and on our world. There's we have to understand that the parasite is just a manifestation, the physical manifest, the spiritual the parasite is just the physical manifestation of the demon. Okay? The demon is spiritual. It's invisible. So in order to deal with the demon, we understand the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. All right? So we must go into the spiritual plane to fight the demon on its plane of existence, right? Its turf. So we must tap into the spiritual first and foremost when we're talking about dealing with sickness, disease, and attacks for those who may not necessarily have any symptoms of anything, have any health issues. All right? Because at any moment, anybody can fall ill. You could be in perfect health and you can fall ill from an attack. So first and foremost, we have to have our spiritual part intact, right? Our faith, which is our shield, the sword of the Spirit, helmet of salvation, belt of truth, breastplate of righteousness, gospel shoes of peace. All right, we must have all these components in this walk to fight the spiritual fight. And with that, now going into a fast. And I have a video here I want to show on the fasting, but understanding the spiritual side first and foremost, because if we're not doing that, going to a doctor, taking herbs, changing your diet is going to have little to no effect. All right. Little to no effect. You will not be sealed by the seal of God to withstand the attack of the Shedim. Let's check out, well, before we go to fasting, we have the 5 Pillars of Health here by Dr. Lee Merritt. We'll check this out, and then we're going to go into the fasting, because actually one of the first things that she mentions here is the spiritual side. All right, let's check this out here.
I'm Dr. Lee Merritt, and this is the 5 things you need to do to be healthy, okay? And it's based on my understanding of ancient medicine. In ancient medicine, they didn't spend a lot of time with expensive tests trying to make a precise diagnosis, because they had 2 treatments. They had 2 treatments. One of them was purification, get right with God, and the other one was detoxification.
So she's saying the first thing you must do is get first right with God. Purification, spiritually pure. If you're not spiritually pure, you're spiritually toxic, dealing with sin. The demon is there, and it's manifesting in the physical. It's manifesting in the physical. Then she says detoxification. Then after dealing with the spiritual side, now you have to detox. Okay, whatever has developed in the body has to be detoxed out.
And they know, and they knew, by the way, in those days that that the term meant toxin. Okay, so now what do we know today? We spend a lot of time running around trying to make a diagnosis, and we still only have a few things that we can treat people correctly with. They're not what standard medicine tells you, but nonetheless, these are what the truth is. The first thing is you have to eat clean. We're going to talk about detoxification.
You have to eat clean. So we have GOCC Fit on Friday nights. And for those that have tuned in, you probably already know what we talk about. We talk about, what are you eating? What is your diet? All right. Processed food, junk food, fast food is not food. All right. Food is something that naturally comes out of the earth. Clean animals. All right. Nutrient dense food, foods that are high in nutrients. Once it's been processed, now all the nutrients start to diminish. The vitamins, the minerals, the enzymes. Okay. So yes, we deal with the spiritual side first. And then now we have to address the diet. What are you eating? If you're not eating the proper diet, the whole foods, you're not getting the proper nutrients, then now you're going to be sick.
But if you're eating poisons, it's harder to detoxify. So as Jack LaLanne said, if man made it, don't eat it. Real food for real people. So eat what God gave you. Do not eat things out of a box. Do not eat things that are processed or highly processed, or now we have ultra processed. Stop doing that. Second thing is detoxify yourself. Now there's multiple.
Detoxification, right? There are weekly detoxes, daily detoxes. There are quarterly and semi-annually detox things that you can do, right? But that has to be something that you're doing, because as you're living and eating and breathing and all this other type of thing, you're building up toxicity in the body. It starts to build. So at some point, you have to now detox out the waste buildup in the body. All right. There are different ways to detox, but that's just something that we have to keep in mind. You have to detox.
Multiple ways and multiple types of detoxification. But in general, if you were going to pick one, and I can't tell you to do this because I don't want to go to jail, but what I do every day is I use chlorine dioxide. And I have a whole protocol on my website about how I do it for myself. You can make a decision. There are other things I have. For example, I do have carbon 60. I also take that. I think that's a good idea. But if you can only do one thing, you want to do chlorine dioxide. And I don't sell it, but I'm going to tell you how to do it. The third thing is parasite cleanse. you need to do a parasite protocol. Again,
So if we know that demons and parasites are one and the same, then we can safely assume that where there's disease at, there's parasites, right? We have to now deal with the parasites to get them to a low number out the body, bring the load of the parasites down to a low number because they're causing the disease in the body. And once they're brought down to a low number, now the body can heal. Now the immune system can fight off the lower number of the parasites.
and that's on my website. Don't think that parasites are a third world disease. If you have to deworm your dog, you have to deworm yourself too. And this is not because you have necessarily visible parasites. They can be microscopic parasites. But the dirtiest secret of all is that parasites are what cause cancer. So you need to get those out of there. And then the next thing is supplement your deficiencies, because we know that there are 90 essential nutrients that you need that you can't get from your soils. And our soils are depleted and they're not quite right. So you need to take these in.
Supplement your deficiencies, meaning you're not going to get everything that you need from the food because our supply chain is jacked up. If you're not growing your own food, if you don't have very fertile land, you're probably not getting all the vitamins and minerals that you need. So you have to have some type of supplement. What I suggest people is sea moss. But if not sea moss, some type of plant-based phyto, which means plant, nutrient supplement. It's going to give you all the supplements that are found in nature in a natural state. And again, sea moss, because sea moss, you can buy it whole. It's not processed. You know what you're getting. With other stuff that's processed, unless you're getting it from a good source, you don't know if it's exactly what you're getting, what it says it is. Okay. But nonetheless, you have to get your nutrient supplementation.
What we have in our shop is I've come up with what I use. I think it's the best combination of a good price, easy to do, and doesn't taste too bad. I've tried the pills. You can't do 90 pills. You just can't do it. And if you have a husband, they won't even be compliant with 10 pills. So trust me, that didn't work. And the next thing is I have some things I just don't like the taste of, or they're just too messy. So for me, I'd use that 90, the 90 plus, and I like that a lot. That's what I do, but it's completely up to you. But you have to get the 90 essential nutrients into you to supplement deficiencies. That's something the ancients didn't know too much about, probably because their soils were better. And finally, you need to do EMF mitigation. So there's a link on the website to the EMF sol. I know they have bioassays. I've had multiple people on my podcast looking at that. I like them because they do bioassays. They can tell you that their stuff really works. It works at the level of cellular ion flow. That's impressive. So we know it works. So anyway, those are the things you do. And then of course, you always have to get right with God. We're in a spiritual war here, and don't be deceived. There's a right and a wrong, and we have to stand up. Everybody you'll feel better about things. Part of disease, what does it mean? It means dis-ease. So don't be afraid, because fear makes you sick, and fear is what they want you to be in. Don't be in a state of fear. Take charge of your life, take charge of the world around you, and we'll get out of this just fine. Thank you very much.
So where there's fear, there's no faith. And that's what the disciples had, was a lack of faith, and they could not heal. Right. And then it went into fasting. Okay. So now let's go to the fasting. We have a video here. Another doctor, Dr. Eric Berg. Autophagy on steroids, dry fasting. How many of you all out there have done the dry fasting? Let's check this out.
Now, the one thing that we all know is 100% true is that drinking a lot of water is very good for our bodies. And dehydration is very bad for our bodies. We know that. We've been told that by everyone. But why is it that when you overwater a plant, it dies? In fact, the number one cause of plant death, plants in your house, is overwatering them. We also know that to make a really good wine, you have to not put too much water. In fact, certain really good winemakers found that if you don't overwater, if the plant or the grapevine goes through a short period of no water, the roots will go deeper and the flavor of the wine is greater. You have a lot more phytochemicals because that plant adapts. And we also know that nutrition is good for our bodies, right? You have vitamins and minerals that act as cofactors to help all the biochemistry, the biochemical reactions in our body to make us healthy. But the time restrictive eating, the fasting, also at the same time greatly benefits the biochemistry of your body. And the two main types of fasting is water fasting, okay, and dry fasting. When you do water fasting, you're basically not eating, but you're drinking liquids. When you do dry fasting, not only are you not eating food, but you're not drinking water. So that is a topic I want to touch on and just explain something that's actually quite fascinating, and you may want to consider doing a short dry fast. One of the biggest benefits of fasting is something called autophagy. Autophagy is a condition where your body is recycling damaged proteins, okay, and it's turning those into new biochemical enzymes and structural proteins, things like that, like your hair, nail, skin, bones, muscle, etc. And fasting is a potent stimulus of this autophagy. Autophagy also helps you clear out intracellular pathogens, microbes. Very interesting. Now, if we take a look at the importance of getting nutrients versus the importance of detoxification, they're pretty close as far as benefit to your overall health. And in some cases, detoxification might even be a little bit more important. One of the big purposes of sleep is to detoxify your cells. And this is why when you don't sleep, you might feel kind of very toxic and sluggish, especially in your head. Well, when you do fasting, especially dry fasting, you mimic a lot of the benefits to sleep. You're getting rid of toxicity inside your cells. Now, to explain this, I need to explain another thing. About 8 to 10% of the water that you get is produced by your own cells in the mitochondria. As the last step of the mitochondria, if you're burning fat, you're changing that fat into water and oxygen. Roughly about 8 to 10% of the water in your body is produced within your body. It's called endogenous water production or metabolic water. I mean, even in nature, animals, especially those that live in the desert, have a higher function of this. They can make water from within. And one of the big benefits of your body making this water is you get this internal water flushing from the inside out. So you enhance the detoxification process. But if you're drinking all this water, the body never gets a chance to produce this metabolic water. This is why when you do a water fast, okay, you don't get the benefits from a dry fast because you're actually drinking water. And that water inhibits the production of your own body's water. So a dry fast really is enhanced autophagy. It's just.
And this is the reason why the title of the video is fasting on steroids. When you dry fast, you then bring forth another level of autophagy where the body produces water internally to flush this stuff out of your body. All right. And he's going to go into, dry fasting isn't necessarily easy to do, but he's going to go into, for those who've never done it, how you can do some dry fasting and be good without, trying to, go long lengths of time doing it. You can start slow. He's going to kind of give you an idea how to do that. But it makes sense because think about it. In this society, we're always eating something or drinking something. Right. In times of old, the access to food and drink wasn't always available. But this gluttonous society and all the advertisements where they're bombarding us with commercials, right? We don't know what it's like to really be truly hungry. We get a little hunger pain and then we're trying to eat, or we get a little thirsty, we want to drink. So our body can never tap into this healing potential that we're seeing happening right here with the dry fast.
It's just a better way of your cells taking out the trash and getting rid of all the extra metabolic waste. And the benefits are very similar to sleeping as far as the detoxification of your cells. And I think a lot of people don't realize how much extra waste that we generate in our cells through the day, especially if we're not eating well, So anything you can do to remove extra waste is a very good thing, especially for longevity. So let me just kind of summarize the benefits in a little bit more detail for you. Number one, dry fasting can help remove intracellular toxicity more than water fasting. Number two, dry fasting actually strengthens the biochemical enzyme pathways, the whole biochemistry, the machine that runs your body. Number three, and this is very, very important, most diseases are related to the mitochondria, mitochondrial dysfunction. And doing dry fasting can help improve mitochondrial function because when you go through autophagy, you also clean up damaged mitochondria, and that's called mitophagy, which is the recycling of mitochondria, as well as improving damaged mitochondria themselves. Because I would even venture to say that probably 80% of all disease, including cancer, is related to a problem with the mitochondria. If you add exercise with dry fasting during that period of time, which I'll explain the details in a minute, you can really take your mitochondria to the next level because exercise as a stimulus by itself can increase the number of mitochondria and the health of the mitochondria, as well as the capacity for the mitochondria to handle more stress and also produce more energy. All right, number four. You know, we have different epigenetic factors, okay? Epigenetics are above your genes. The genes really do not control anything, okay? It's the epigenetic lifestyle actions like eating and even not eating. Short-term starvation or fasting is a very potent stimulus for survival. And so is cold therapy because our bodies have evolved, not in very comfortable environments, but environments that were very, very cold and environments that we didn't always have a lot of water. And so if we inhibit the production of water at certain parts of the day, it just may be very therapeutic to the cells just because we're going back to how our bodies were originally adapted. They did not involve with constant food, constant comfort, a lot of water all day long. Number five, dry fasting can mimic some of the benefits of a deep, rejuvenating sleep. I mean, sometimes I'm wondering if someone's really tired because they're tired, or are they tired because the accumulation of metabolic waste that has accumulated through the day or from some of the things that they ate. I personally know when I fast, I don't get tired as much as when I'm eating, and I feel better and I don't need as much sleep. And even the real deeper purpose of sleep is detoxification of metabolic waste. And the last point I want to bring up is just there's not a lot of people who do any type of dry fast. And it's one thing that we're told you must always drink so much water to be hydrated. But dehydration as an epigenetic stimulus is something that I think you should just test out for yourself. Yes, there are people that do 3-day dry fast or even longer. I'm not suggesting you dive into that. What I am suggesting you test the waters on, no pun intended, is let's say, for example, you're fasting for 16 hours, okay, or 18 hours. Just try not to drink any water in that period of time. Then when you eat, okay, your eating window, that's when you start getting your liquids. And I do suggest you drink a lot of water, right? Like maybe 2.5 liters to get all your fluids within your eating window. Okay, now I'm not saying to force yourself to drink, but the point is that, for example, if you have a weakness with kidney stones, well, you're gonna have to get more fluid in your body, but you should just see how you feel. If you can go 16 or 18 hours or even 20 hours without drinking any water while you're fasting. What about the coffee in the morning? Well, you could actually take a green coffee extract. Okay, it has caffeine in it. So you get the benefits of the caffeine, like so you don't have withdrawals from your coffee, yet you're not drinking the fluid of that coffee. So you get the feeling of coffee, but without the fluid. It's just an extra thing to look at. If you want to enhance the epigenetic factors, you may want to consider or look into doing a dry fast, a shorter one to start out, and then experiment a little bit longer. Now, if you're new to fasting by itself and you need to know how to do that, you should probably start out with this video right here.
So basically, when it comes to fasting, is you go slow, right? If you're going to do dry fasting, you've never done it before, Start with 18 hours. See if you can do 18 hours, no food, no drink, so that you can tap into the higher level of healing that comes with fasting. Okay, these are things that we have to start implementing and getting back to, doing these fasts periodically, intermittent fastings. Because like I said, back in the day, we didn't always have access to food and drink. So our bodies were always underneath this adapting and evolving manner of healing from within. Well, now we're in this society where not only we're always eating and always drinking, but then the food that we're thinking it's food, or the drink that we're thinking is drink, isn't, and it's poisonous with chemicals, no nutrients. So it even makes it worse on our health. Now you have obesity, disease, parasites, no immune system, on and on and on. And then we're wondering, why am I sick? Where's the magic pill? All right, so just giving you the beginnings of how we now start to protect ourselves from our environment, from all of this onslaught, this high level warfare we're dealing with right now. And this is where it starts. Okay. This is where it starts. Now, dealing with earlier, we were talking about all the different proteins. The luciferase is a protein. It's an enzyme. They put you have the, right? People are shedding. No telling what they're spraying, the nanotech, all of that. How do we now deal with these proteins and get this stuff out of our bodies? Well, I have a document here from Dr. McCullough, where he did a study that shows the remains 6 months after. Now, he stopped his study at 6 months, meaning it could continue on past that, but he stopped at 6 months. When you come down here, not going to go into the information on the study, but then on what do you do now to deal with this? How do we now deal with this? When you come down here to the bottom of this document, he talks about Dr. Peter McCullough, and we'll talk more maybe about this on the next episode, but just kind of going into things that we need to consider when it comes to our health and what to use to deal with this stuff. Now that we know what's out there, we know we're all probably dealing with it in some capacity, whether we're vaccinated or not. It says here, McCullough and 2 other co-authors recently published this advice in the Journal of American Physicians and Surgeons, which is, we talked about it, the nattokinase, bromelain, curcumin. Again, whenever you see the ace at the end, like luciferase, it's an enzyme, which is like a bacteria or a protein. So the same way that man is developing these enzymes like luciferase, in nature, we can find the natural enzymes to combat, to go against those proteins, to break down those proteins. The luciferase proteins, the HIV protein, any protein. Inflammation is a protein. The blood clotting that are happening in people, with or without the vaccine, these enzymes are going to break this stuff down in your body. Just almost like inducing a fast without fasting. However, when you take these enzymes, you don't want to eat, because when you eat, that enzyme then is going to deal with the food and break the food down. You want to be no food, Therefore, the enzyme can go in the body and break stuff down in the body that shouldn't be there. So Dr. McCullough says that McCullough and 2 other co-authors recently published this advice in the Journal of American Physicians and Surgeons. Personally, I would recommend using lumbrokinase rather than nattokinase, or rotate between both, as lumbrokinase is a far more potent fibrinolytic enzyme. Okay, and natto is soy. And typically when you're dealing with soy, typically it's GMO. Not only that, soy in itself is problematic even if it's not GMO. So lumbrokinase. What is lumbrokinase? We talked about this last broadcast. I have a article here. You all will get this. 14 benefits of lumbrokinase enzymes. And Officer Amath sent me this. And so here you have a blood vessel, and you see the blood cells almost like they're clotting. And so the lumbrokinase comes in here and breaks all this up, this clot up. It would do the same thing with the or a luciferase protein, inflammation, HIV protein, anything that's a protein that's going to come in there and it's going to break it down, which then at that point, all we have to do now is detoxify to get it out the body. Okay, so it goes through all the things that lumbrokinase enzymes can help: cardiovascular, inflammation, blood clotting, improving circulation, boost your immune system, reduce pain and swelling with arthritis, treat respiratory conditions such as bronchitis and asthma, detoxify your liver and kidneys. People can get kidney stones, gallstones, these type of things. It can potentially help break these things down. And so what we're going over with isn't just for things that we're dealing with now with this biological warfare, but even things that have existed from the time maybe you were young, having issues in your health. I believe a lot of these things can help with that. Regulating blood sugar levels, those that may be diagnosed diabetic, preventing cancer cell growth, slow the aging process. Very few side effects reported taking lumbrokinase. Improving circulation and improving blood clot and preventing blood clots, and help to improve digestion and metabolism. All right, 14 things that this helps with. Now, one thing I can say, when I took it, only issue I had is it made me very hungry. So probably want to take it right before you go to bed, or else you're probably going to be real hungry, because it's going to go in any food or whatnot that's in your body. It's going to start breaking that down. So I would take it right before bedtime. Okay, but going back to this document here, the lumbrokinase is a proteolytic enzyme, which are enzymes that break down protein. So this is what's going to break down, even maybe you're looking at the nanotech and the graphene oxide, the heavy metals. It's looking to break that stuff down too. The stuff they're spraying in the air. He also has here NAC. We're going to talk about NAC here in a moment. I'm going to share something with in here in a moment. Selenium. Our last GOCC fit was the mineral we spoke about was selenium. Iris sea moss, which is, what I spoke about earlier, where you're going to get your minerals, your vitamins, sea moss. Green tea extract. Green tea is a daily detox. So you can drink green tea every day and it's going to do detoxification on the body in a light way. So you can do it every day. You have black cumin or black seed oil, dandelion extract, and glutathione. Okay, so now once you start to use the proteolytic enzymes to break this stuff down in the body, because again, the fast is doing the same thing. All right, the proteolytic enzymes work in a similar way to the fast, where it's going to break this stuff down in the body to then now it's building up as waste. We have to detox it out. So now we're going to deal with the, we'll talk about the, and then we'll get to the detox. All right, next document here, I believe it's this one. This is the healing protocols for detoxing from. And we brought this one out last broadcast. We have, let me see here. Looking for. And we'll do a, actually a recap on this next broadcast. A great shedding detoxifier. All right. So basically what the comes in, it takes the off the cell. It's a parasite. It's an anti-parasitical. It's going to go at parasites in the same way that your proteolytic enzymes will. It's going to go at the parasite. It's going to look to break it down. Now, it's considered a drug, so in most cases you have to get a prescription for it. They do have over-the-counter for animals. I know people who have taken those and have had no issue using the over-the-counter ones as well. But that's for your own research. So research this stuff. And I'm also going to give you let me pull it up here, a study, a cancer study because some people out there may be dealing with cancer, which we're finding out could very well be parasites. More and more information coming out that cancer is parasites. You have a study out that they're doing on cancer and finding out that it has at least 15 anti-cancer mechanisms. All right. So again, it would make sense that cancer is parasitical or a parasite if, which is an anti-parasitical, is then going at cancer. All right. Everything from tumors to cancer cells are showing that it's going through and dealing with all of that. So I believe it's something that people can look into, whether you have cancer or not. We're all coming in contact with the poisonous environment that we're living in, parasites, natural and synthetic out there. So, a schedule of taking this, whether that's whatever schedule that a person has to take this, periodically to deal with these things. Right? So research, look into that. All right, what else do we have here? So now let's talk about the detox. I'm going to go into this next broadcast also. This document here, natural and holistic protocols known to inhibit and denature snake venom. because remember, there were 99 pages of ingredients of this. And so one of the things that they're discovering is the possibility of some level of snake venom in this synthetic or natural. Not sure, but they're finding that something along the characteristics of snake venom is in this. It would make sense. The Bible talks about that these men would have snake-like tails. But I want to talk about the NAC. The N-acetylcysteine, right? N-acetylcysteine. 39. It says here, a modified form of the amino acid cysteine. It is a potent antioxidant and a precursor to the synthesis of glutathione, one of the body's most important natural antioxidants. So here are the benefits of NAC. It is a precursor to glutathione, one of the body's most potent antioxidants. By increasing glutathione levels, NAC helps neutralize harmful free radicals and reduces oxidative stress, protecting cells and tissues from damage caused by oxidative processes. Respiratory. NAC is commonly used as a mucolytic agent to break down and reduce the viscosity of mucus in the respiratory tract. So for those dealing with asthma, sinuses, okay, mucus, it's going to help to break that down. Okay, it can be beneficial in conditions like chronic bronchitis, pneumonia, and cystic fibrosis, helping to improve airway clearance and reduce coughing. In the instance that you have an overdose of like aspirin, certain drugs that you take, it can detox that out the body. So again, showing its detoxifying properties. Okay, so it's going to help now. Once you start to break these proteins down in the body, you're taking the NAC to help get this stuff out. It's going to draw it out of the body. Also, mental health. And we know that this nanotech is designed to do what? Attack the brain, mind control. Now, glutathione is what is produced from, it's a precursor to NAC. So let's talk about when you take NAC and glutathione is produced. Let's talk about the power of glutathione so we can understand what it's going to do for the body once you've broken this stuff down and you need to get rid of it. It says a natural occurring antioxidant found in plants, animals, fungi, and some bacteria. Glutathione is considered one of the body's most potent antioxidants, and it plays a crucial role in various physiological processes. Glutathione is crucial in the following physiological processes. Detoxification, right? There it is. So it's going to help detoxify you. Immune function. It's going to boost your immune system. Protein function and synthesis. So when these proteins are being broken down, it's going to help deal with that. DNA synthesis and repair. And then in some instances, it's said that this damages the DNA. So it's also going to help repair any DNA that's been damaged from a health issue. Cellular energy and production, antioxidant defense, and many more. As an antioxidant, glutathione helps protect cells from damage caused by free radicals and oxidative stress. Glutathione neutralizes free radicals by donating electrons, stabilizing them, and preventing cellular damage. All right, so it goes into all the different things we just spoke about here. We'll talk about detoxification here. Glutathione plays a critical role in detoxifying harmful substances such as environmental toxins, heavy metals, and drugs. It helps bind to these toxins, making them more water soluble and easier for the body to eliminate. Okay, even goes into liver health, which your liver is used also to detoxify. So NAC is something you can take every day to help with the daily detox. All right, so I'm giving you things that are more, easier on the body to take. There are more stringent detoxification processes, but, not going to really go into those because you got to, know what you're doing and make sure you're doing it for a period of time so that you don't do too much detox, because you can detox the good stuff out the body too. All right. But this is you have to worry about that with NAC. NAC, green tea, spirulina, chlorella. So we have a doctor here, and I'm going to end with this here, and we'll pick back up with a lot of this stuff next broadcast. Dr. Jack Wolfson says, increase your glutathione levels. Glutathione is the body's main antioxidant, the main anti-inflammatory. Right? The main anti-inflammatory. It's made in the liver. It's also a chelator to pull out metals and other toxins. So we want to make sure our glutathione levels are nice and high. So this is what the NAC is going to be able to do. It's going to make sure your glutathione levels are high. Strategies to increase glutathione obviously are eating the right foods. But from a supplement standpoint, N-acetylcysteine is a building block for glutathione. Right? Any amino acid like taurine, for example, that contains sulfur, and other amino acids that contain the building blocks glycine, methionine, cysteine, all those things help to make glutathione. You can also take glutathione supplements straight away. Right? So then he goes into the fact that you can also nebulize, which I'm not going to go into that. And then it goes into selenium. And just real quick on selenium, it also helps with enzymes and production of antioxidant and the immune system. And that was just the last nutrient we spoke about on GOCC Fit. So most of the times when you see an NAC supplement, you're typically going to see selenium with it. All right. So much more to talk about on this. We did, run short on time, unfortunately. But what I'll do is I'll pick up on a lot of this stuff. There's a little bit more. I mean, there's always a lot more. But what I really wanted to cover tonight, covered most of it. And we'll pick up before going into whatever the Spirit has us to go into that's next for our Friday night broadcasts. We'll pick back up next Friday night Sabbath coming out of Babylon. All right. So I pray and hope that you brothers and sisters were edified with the REDUX to withstanding the incursion of the Shedim, right? Part 2 of our part 1 of going into this, and that you have an understanding of the seriousness of the warfare that we're against, that you're taking your health serious. You see the attack that's coming on our health, and regardless of your condition health-wise, that you are putting forth the effort to eat healthy, implement some of these supplements, right, to help detoxify, break this stuff down, get it out the body, keep your immune system strong to continue to fight off the invaders, right, the alien invaders, and that your spiritual health is on point. Because if your spiritual health is on point, none of this information is going to save you. Right? Because at the end of the day, there's only so much we can do with all this anyway. At some point, grace has to come in with all of what we're up against. And this is the reason why, above all, the shield of faith is most important. Our faith. And that's what's going to help us get through these times, these attacks, these sicknesses, is our faith. All right. So thank you and bless all you brothers and sisters that actually made it to the end here, as well as those who are maybe rewatching this or watching it for the first time. Those who were even here at the beginning that, couldn't make it to the end. So much information to go through. You never know, how it's going to all unfold once you start going into it, how long it's going to last. So just try to get as much in as we can, being that we only come on here every other week for this type of info. But I pray you brothers and sisters have a blessed Sabbath, that you strengthen your health spiritually and physically. Until next time, we will see you brothers and sisters here on Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon. Shabbat Shalom.